beautiful day. And thank you to the drum for inviting everyone back into the assembly.
We kom ner på Kennedy Brigade
So we would
Mampi.
like to
Nongo dos manda
call
was
this
kematchtain.
session to order, this morning's session.
Manda
I know there's a lot of
nongo
visiting
kishep
and
waran
chatting
king. Pati
going
nok
on.
ne bocha de
So
jik.
we would like to welcome everyone back.
Minaskoya mi
Just a
gwachra
reminder
kiragoya.
to
Bebiniget.
everyone, chiefs, delegates,
Gemak.
please make sure you register this morning. So if you haven't registered,
Update
if you
chubos
can
bige kena.
go to the registration booth, make sure that you have registered. So we will be getting underway very shortly. It is almost 9 o'clock. And we are, of course, prayers for a good day. We have a lot of things to deal with this morning. And we will be turning it over to Gary and Chop for the ceremony this morning for the selection of the regional Grand Chief and the regional Deputy Grand Chief. A reminder, yesterday we had the opening prayer, the Udwe Wangazit. So we will not be doing that this morning. Yesterday's opening opened the two-day session. Of course, we will close at the end of today. So with that, I'd like, if you are able to, if you can, please stand, and I will ask the drum to open today's session. Miigwech.
So loud.
Should they be plugged in? I hear nothing.
Migach to the drum Thunder Earth to come in
Miigwech
from
dege
Manitoulin Island. Migach, thank you for opening today's session. And again, on behalf of my colleagues Vera and Kingston, Munigajik, it's a beautiful day. At this point, we will turn it over to Gary Dokis and Chop Gordon Wendevins for the selection process for the Regional Grand Council Chief and the Regional Deputy Grand Council Chief. So with that, Gary has the microphone and we will turn it over and he will lead the session. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Adam. Big important morning that comes around every 3 years for us, and actually 6 years since we did this, actually face-to-face and standing up. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Chop in just a moment. He's going to talk a little bit before we start our session this morning. I just have to follow up a little bit yesterday when I talked about the history before we started. I had a youth approach me yesterday after the session was over and tell me how much he enjoyed hearing about the history of our election process. And we got talking a little bit and he asked about my cap, and I didn't go into it yesterday because it's only 6 years ago. I thought everybody here knew that story, but it turns out not everybody does, certainly not youth. And I know there are some new chiefs around since 2018, and I did wear it in 2021, but it was for on Zoom, of course, for the elections. And anyway, just to give a quick update on the story before I turn it over to Chop. Back at 2018, we had a nation building meeting prior to Grand Council in Fort William. And at that meeting, Gordon pulled out this captain's cap and he gave it to me and he said, you have to wear that for important occasions. And of course, the important occasion coming up then was the 2018 Grand Council chief elections. So it's something that I've worn proudly since then. I'm sure some of you must have wondered, who's this guy taking over the assembly thinking he's the captain here or something like that. Interesting enough, and I'm not sure if Gordon knew this, that in my first career I actually was a captain in North Bay on Lake Nipissing. Actually not a captain, but I had a captain's certificate. I was first mate most of the time that required you to have a captain's certificate. So I did actually have that. I'm not sure if Gordon knew that when he gave me the hat. So I guess he told me always to wear it when there's important events, and I think the elections are important events, so that's why I'm wearing it. The Grand Chief was wondering, like, who's higher in the structures, Grand Chief or the captain here? And I just thought I should clarify that today. We're having a Grand Chief election, and I think he's there, deputy, and then the captain's under somewhere under there. But anyway, I just wanted to give a quick update since that came up yesterday. Now I'm going to turn it over to Chop.
Allez, bonjour.
Good morning, everyone. I am known as the Black Wolf.
There's a lot of things that are shared here when we're doing
Batinad man
protocols.
piknegego mamwizing
I sat down with
mandanan king kenegego dwen man.
and we were talking
Man
about
pishon gid madab geni nochkegom gid bataranen shichgewenan man pi enje shwe bakmanda.
reminded me of
Gim
my dad,
kwendandash
when we were talking.
manda maba nos gim
He would get
kwenma.
mad at me. He would get mad.
Dutch kadze
If you get
gishpin.
mad, you would know. Then you would really know.
Ich frage kenmat nos.
And it was funny
Ka
because
kenma pitch kadzet.
he'd get mad at me because I wouldn't speak the language. He would just
Ich
go
kadze
by,
ko
nod
gi
my head, like what I said the other day. He'd,
kenya gi nishabem so de bang panen gi apadak.
and I would laugh at him.
Mishna gi bapia. Ay gi kendan.
And then that reminded me of
Midishu gi
a lot of
kwenma
things that
kenegego
we were doing them last night, and if you
nang ko
joined us up at
mapigan
Laurentian
kiang
last
de
night,
Laurentian.
there was a lot of
Batin don
differences that were in place.
no
when we
och
talked about this
pekan
morning.
kid. Mampigad batamang nang ko. Mandadish. Skip chicken.
Something is
One
always
kenegadik. Up de gegu migwem.
leadership bundle
Manda
because every one of us carry bundles.
eni gansit egi mawit. Bem
But there's a
witut
specific
manda
leadership
skip
bundle that's
chicken.
passed, and then every
Manda
single
skip chicken up
time
chuk
when
chipi
that
10
bundle is
dagot
out,
chipi 10 dagot.
there's always something given.
Abdeke gujaminding.
And we have to remember that
Mi
when
shabde
we're given
guf
an
kwen mang
opportunity
manda.
to learn, to understand,
Jisek
to
jitsastamang.
even pass on something that maybe we're carrying. We're all charged with something
Kin
specific,
vejan ken mageng manda gegu emi going.
each and every one of us, whether it be
Ken going to be
with our
vish going.
friends, whether it be
Kudamana kia esh do deming.
with our
Esh
family
shabewing.
members, it doesn't matter. Each
Mi
and every
no
one of us
esh
is charged
toing the
with
kia.
something very, very specific.
Batin don nendan. Mi wewinan.
Language speakers
Emi
always
going.
share. Nani buen, nani buen, nani buen. Nishke. Nishke maba, Anishinaabe kwe. Echapitin dagwas maba. Each and every one of these individuals are charged with
Ense
passing
be
that
beshik
on
kunda.
to each and every
Esh
one of us.
shabemjik.
Because one
Da
day,
naakshki ezuin.
we're not going to be here
Jimmy
just
going
like
mandan shabemina.
just
Kutun
like
ko
that
gish
old
ko
man
kay
who's
ko yasi me
standing
mampi.
here right now. That
Ish
happened
ko
already.
maban nene mampien madapit ege abayat kanan ko
I
yasi.
want to acknowledge these ones that carry
Ish ko nageni me
that
kwen
are
magik.
passing that on because there are successors.
Manda kunda. Elni gadan to unjik madan shabemwin.
These are what we have been charged with. Exactly what we're
Mi
doing.
manda. Kami go ezing.
Passing this on because I don't want to.
Jimmy going
I don't have
manda.
to be here in 3 years and do this. In all
Kami
honesty,
no
I
ni
didn't want to
yasi
do this in the
mampit
first
sa
place,
bon. Sa bon
to
nagak.
be honest.
Jishich going
And I
manda.
told the old man
Gin mo dash ko
before he
manda.
left,
Chiba majat
I
maba.
don't want that.
Ke ezi. Kaya manda ni din duwen zin.
And he said to me, he turned down,
Ish
looked me around
kakirat.
the head, bonked me again on the head.
Ish yepa edem tek ayang.
And I just put my head down because
Ginis de ben de shetta.
But those were a lot of the things that would happen.
Midish nen. No onchka shwepkin.
And I just want to share this with each
You know
and every
this-
one of you guys.
Manda ko kem kota was pangi.
That is,
Kena
I've
inse
heard a
bebesh
few
goik.
times yesterday
Ginon dan.
what happened in my community.
Na PG na ko. Kam de shwebak. Ode enjman genine.
In 2001,
Ode
there was a building,
2001. Ishe chigate manda gamek.
a building designed specifically
Manda-
for this purpose right here.
Gamek mananje. Wishwebak.
Specifically designed to bring unison.
Kinje she chigate
not
we.
only
Kena
communities, but
mamo
families.
izuin. Kudwan
Whether
kiswin.
it be bringing in newborns,
Kena ma pingalendo shkibino jiek mage pinmen booking.
this place,
Manda.
we've traveled to Winnipeg to see the first one.
Gishame odo wune pegu hom de mangwe.
We wanted to
Agat tamish
understand exactly
chigate.
what it was and how it was built and how it
Gigwejin sastana we.
because of the
Aje
comments I heard
chigate kwijo
yesterday in the
we
phone calls. I got
gamek.
phone calls all day
Ni
yesterday.
bina woyengi bignonek
I had a
chinago.
very, very difficult day.
Apchuwa gis nagendan chinago.
And I think you know what building I'm talking about.
Apta denendam shku ken make we
I'm not sad.
debatama.
I'm not hurt.
Kagondo mana denzi.
The thing is that
With the shrigo
what we have to remember,
we up the wop kwen mang.
these buildings that we create
Nendan
are
gamagon
designed for a
eshtongin.
specific reason.
Jije chigate non
They
ke
can be
go
designed
wanje.
again.
Bush shrigo da anje chigate non.
What we have to remember,
Up the shrigo jim jimen mangwe.
life cannot.
Pa madzuin. Ka ui mam da janje chigate.
I'm happy no one got hurt.
Up chung gichinendam we
That's the main thing.
giwisigine sikshe.
Nobody was hurt during that time. And we have to remember that
Mid
because
shop
a
te gib
life
kwen mang.
cannot be rebuilt.
Manda madzuin. Ai mam da janje chigate.
When we did the leadership
Pi manda gishe
down there,
tong.
the 1 year, I was sitting there listening.
Nigansit.
Before, when my dad was
We
around,
pi. Up chung gipshikendan pi gibi yat mavan nos. Oder shkwang geningia.
in the back somewhere,
give me kiss squang,
and then
it's
he
not
would come
this
back,
running.
after
Me just give a shot gay, skogishkok.
and he would come sit with me.
Just keep a with the bomb it.
And he said, "Did you see this?"
Kiom dan the manda, we manda of the one stowing bungy, of the manda we the good towing she. Then the gear manda good them when on a king. Me manda young, me manda of the worship again.
I was reminded by one of my
I'm
friends
just going to keep
yesterday.
quite talks, my basic chinago.
Apologize
I'm just going to
about
keep Kendan go.
incorporating this.
Kain chida. Manda
Our
git
plan
go na ka
systems
desnak
are
mampi.
very, very important, especially
Manda
when it comes to these
gdo
kinds
do
of
dem when na.
these kinds
Em
of
de go
issues,
mada the king.
because we're not Shoganosh.
Nak in the gang. Ka shaka da shaka da si me.
So today,
Nang go dash.
I'm gonna put a chair on these doorways
Mampi
here,
pa buena ni to na nish.
and I want to make
En
sure
jibin gang the
that
king.
we have
Updates.
our turtle clans and our fish clans
Jid
sitting at
mad
these doorways.
jid mad be at che. Em shi ke do dem jik. Me no egi go do dem jik. Gunda shi keg. Mi gunda
Just like on
eh
this staff right here, specifically.
dwa vi skudot kida gegu.
If you have a really good look at these
Mampi
feathers,
mandag no
there's
matogo
one
da
feather
miganak.
that is flipped.
Basic she mi gun be enem kushing.
And I spoke
Ke
about it
go ma
last
be
night in the
engineem
garage.
kushing. Gid batan go de be kongo de.
Opposition is good because we need it.
Manda agne tagewin nishin. Abde shwe wi yamingwe. Abde shwe go wishiching.
We're not Jagannashak. We don't
Kai
scream
gisang haske da si me.
in a positive way
Kai
still, because it
do
can be done.
chiu de si me. Dakske to na des komanda.
Turtle clans.
Quando ze shed va vi skujgejek mampi. Shike do dem when e widojik. Jin system wat manda. Jin system ang manda gwek wana jwevok.
And our
Whippy.
fish clan
Ge no gun de gi gon the king.
alongside with them.
Edo demjik. Strange e yajik.
Sometimes when you go into different territories,
Nama
those will change.
guchup kan de shang. Den ant se ge
One
go.
of those clans will change depending on the territory you live in.
De bi de go endane. Kenne ge go ne ant se. Go kenan ne asap na ozeno.
Sure that those
Mi de shang manda.
are covered
Den den
by two of those clans. So
skon de man
I'll
et
ask all
tegen.
of you right
Ni
now,
shel
anybody
de
that
tenon.
sits in those clans,
Go gwedwe when a she nem de bit.
maybe one of you to sit here during this process when we begin.
Go gwedmen.
Please,
Mampi jibin mad big.
I'll bring you some samba because we have to remember our protocols.
Se man kabit mon. Aptek management kwen mang.
Hour
Se man ma ba yawit.
of signing that contract.
Mi manda. Gigin e jevishak mi mang wemzenegan.
First,
Se man tam.
I can say, oh, I'm going to ask my friend Craig. I want you to come here, and
Ni go drama ba Craig.
but I'm not going to give him Samo. I'm waiting for him.
Ashigo ni mina si. Se man. Bavia. Bavia.
Many Samo. I've seen this done before. And then I go over and ask him, why didn't you come?
Don't go gwech matas. Mi de shek dat. Abi sema.
And I got suckered into this before. And
Bishko abdi gwib kwen mang manda pane.
there's one of my teachers,
Bishigin economoit.
James Iron Eagle,
James Iron Eagle. Gishin kasa.
came over with
Gibisha
someone else.
mampi. Se man gibidak.
My cousin
Kagi
Cheyenne was
gachiu na bagana. Mabanita e shrine jeg na magi adik.
and he came over with little
Gibisha da shmaba.
asked me to help him make a
Se man gibinan. Giwech mekshit toing manda.
right away. I said, oh, okay,
Manda wi gom.
but I didn't ask.
Ashigo web gikitsi ahau. Abish manda wanjashit toing gai gigwedwesi.
I accepted the Samoa.
Gitap na da shmaba sema.
The next year,
Oda she inen go bonagok. Saskatchewan gia.
but that's the responsibility that
Mi
we
de shwe.
have
Abdi gigine.
to make sure
Bida
we know
dap
what
na
this
mangwe.
is for, because that's a
Go
contract
send mo in.
not only in between those two individuals, but also Mishom.
Mi ho ejek chipiten dawok. Jitsasta mangwe.
This is why when we did that
Mi na go manda ganjashit ging.
process yesterday,
Ginagamang gedo gidap ng gedo ganda sema gimi weng ginago.
today, we
Nang
began
godash pima da much time
covered,
of the good
and I believe
mata bitje wo je skondeming.
as soon as we begin,
Peter much dying.
the individuals that are going to be
Gwanda
standing right here,
she mampi wala ni
right
bujik.
at this
O the
young
nigan
man
the
sitting in
king.
front of me.
So no man in den. Mava nigan nem
One of them,
David.
and the other one's going to be on the other end. Just like a traditional dancer will never step backwards
Bishkog na.
while they're
Ne
dancing.
tani mit. Kish van de bajmat. De bajmat. De bajmoin. Ga kashkwant ko kisi. Bigi ma wat bishkwe ke ma wit kashkwang napsi.
Look forward.
Nigan the keag de nap.
When
Peters.
we're talking about the stories,
But among the bajmoin and
we make sure
the unken manglinden.
make sure we explain the process.
Of
That
dick.
process is
Win the wagging. Kinegego. We. Je the bajmoin.
support you, but we want to continuously move forward.
Mishi waja I was just saying.
Back.
I cannot see
Because
me
we're not there
squang.
anymore.
Ga object da see me.
Mia, nastatam.
All right, you understand?
Miigwech kibijaying. Hi, hi.
Thank you for coming.
Miigwech, Chop. So you need a moment to set up your clans. And a reminder to put your phones on silent mode. So I can give Chop a moment to set up the doorways with his plans. And offer some
Surely,
support
I don't
for
think
that.
we need to
And we'll get
translate.
into the
Gagnon Schwem
questions.
Kachmandag, we on cannot see
That
now.
was a very,
Elections
very
then down
powerful,
on.
sweat lodge last night. I know at one point he said his old man
Ki
was sitting there
deptone.
with us and watching us. And I have to admit, when I was listening to the songs last night,
Surely.
I could hear, well, I guess it is Gordon, but what he'd call his old man, Gordon Sr., singing those songs with us last night. Reminded me of most of the sweat lodges I've gone to in my life or have been with Gordon. So it was very, very powerful. And many of you probably realize I lost my partner a few months ago, and I felt her last night too. Gordon and Mona were the best of buddies, and I'm glad they came together and sat with us last night. And I was glad to
Surely.
know that they're taking care of each other because they're good friends. I'm sure they're having lots of fun together. So we're going to get
Surely,
into the
can you hear
election
me?
portion. So just going to have a quick chat with the drum.
Surely, can you hear me? Deptone.
Okay, so Thunder is going to play a song. He's going to invite the chiefs into our circle here for our Deputy Grand Council Chief elections and also the candidates for Deputy Grand Council Chief. I'd invite you to join the circle as Thunder sings a song to bring us into the circle here for our Deputy Grand Council Chief elections. Richard? Okay, Richard is going to ask for a few words.
D'accord. Nagi maak want ook opposite chicken and jaw have it dot for now. I'd like to ask in this room to shut all cameras off. Everything. Let me know when. Let me know when. No media,
gave us a teaching at the end of the meeting about being a buffalo. And it sounds simple when he says it, but what a powerful teaching. Whenever things aren't going your way, sometimes it's easy to say, hey, Gary, be buffalo, and snap yourself out of it. It really works. It's so simple. He said, like you say, you always got to keep going. You can't go hide. You can't go turn around and go back. And I really appreciate that teaching. I've told it to a lot of people since then, because it's so easy to pull yourself out by, just think of that. Be a buffalo, go ahead. And really work. So, miigwech, Richard. Okay, so we're going to call Thunder Earth to play a song, and we're going to call the chiefs into the circle here, and also the candidates for Deputy Grand Council Chiefs. So we're going to have that election process starting now. Thunder Earth. Oh, miigwech, Thunder Earth. Okay, so you can be seated. Just go through the rules. I know most of you have done this before, but just go through it one more time before we actually start. Also, if you haven't registered, maybe you need an accurate count for the vote. I just identify yourself and the staff will come to you. And also, while I'm going through the rules, the staff are going to come through and do a vote. Al, are they... Anyway, identify yourself to Al if you haven't registered, and they'll make sure you're registered for today. Okay, so we start off with the speeches. Each nominee, Regional Deputy Grand Council Chief, will have 10 minutes to address the Assembly. The drum will keep time, and we saw that yesterday. And today, they'll give you a warning after 9 minutes. The nominees will call by order of nomination, and the order yesterday was Chris Plain and Melvin Hardy. The drum will give you a warning, like I mentioned, after 9 minutes. After we do the speeches, the drum will play another song to begin the election portion. During that time, the election officer, Chop, is going to be lining the candidates facing that way. We're going to remove those chairs for that part of the election, and Chop's going to line up the two candidates over there. So I'll ask the drum to play a song during that portion. And then after the two candidates are lined up, we'll ask the chiefs chiefs or proxies, to go stand behind the candidate that they support. We mentioned yesterday the youth have an important role, and you can see them all there already. Look good. We've got 5 of them. I don't think Sarah counts. No, sorry, six youth there. And you'll see they take this role very importantly. And like we said yesterday, when this process was developed by Gordon, he always wanted the youth to see this. So we have somebody to carry this on into the future. Once the youth have done their count, they'll come see me and they'll give me their counts, and we'll just cross-reference to make sure everybody's got the same number. And then we'll announce the results. I guess in my rules here, we say we keep doing this till we have second ballot, third ballot, till we have somebody with a majority of chiefs behind them. But today, because we only have the 2 candidates, actually for both positions, will only be for 1 ballot. After the youth have reported the results to me, I'll announce the successful candidate. The runner-up will have 2 minutes to thank their supporters. And then after that, we'll ask the chiefs all to stand behind the candidate had the most supporters as a show of unity. And at that point, we'll ask the drum to play a unity song. After that, we'll take a short break, and then we'll have the drum call you back in for the Grand Council chief elections, and we'll do the same process. So we get to the point where it's time to start the process for today. So like you say, we're going to hear from each candidate. They each have 10 minutes. And in my order, I have Chris Plain speaking first. So I'm going to turn the microphone and talking stick over to Chris.
Thank you much, Gary. Honey, bonjour. Given the Maga Indigenous cause, Amjunong Donjaba. Adik Dodam. Gima and Dao. Good morning, everybody. Chiefs, proxies, delegates, elders, youth,
Anishinabek,
Mandoka Bay. Welcome everybody this morning to a monumental occasion. For those of us who have participated before, we'll know that this is a very special occasion and a very special ceremony indicated by our elders and those who have spoken for us. I'd like to acknowledge our staffs and our sacred items. Down here below, I see an Amjunong blanket. This was gifted to Ms. Wanda when it started in 2009. At that time, we elected Pat Madabi and Glenn Hare. So
Pat Madabi
this blanket has been here now for since elections. I'd like to acknowledge my nominators. Chief
Miwe
Joseph
truck
Mum.
bandaga
Not
kanaga
only
magic
a nominator and
mumpi
a friend, as
manda
he indicated, but
kago
he's a
etegi
mentor.
nam
To be
ginagamit
nominated by a mentor
apchugo
is
get
a
be
great
ted
feeling.
mama ba apchugo
I've
ni
been
shid
around for,
nashayam gut manda
in somebody else's words, a
Mino
long, long time.
chuk being mopim nega mayat
I
mino da
I've
shugo
sat with 5
gid
different
bamak
chiefs from
gim
Chippewa,
nanan
and Joe was the
nanan
first, and now
gimak
he's back again.
ode
And
njbajik
to
chipwa
have
le
him
king
acknowledge the things that I've been able to do
midishmanda
in the
geni
community
quotags to get him
it is
nikabinan
profound
kia
because
apchugo
he has
chipi
a very
tenda
aggressive
gatwe
and a very progressive community as well.
apshuge
And it's nice to have that.
najrebse ode najrebdene
To my
ode
friend
benjabat
Chief Brizette,
ke
thank you as
mabanichke
well.
ke ma
Your
brizet
uncle was another mentor of mine, and
ke
you
gishe
have big shoes to fill
ke
in
ginopnana
in
ke
a
gamenan
community
kit
close to ours, and
apshugo
you're
chip
doing a wonderful
kizan
job
kada
in your
anan
first term,
obis
and
kaman
I'm proud of you
mandanan
as
goen
well.
nakien shkinang jin mandagi ma
Scott,
ken ke mabaskat
you had some
ke
words
ki
yesterday for
nibna
for the
ki
Grand
kit
Council Chief nomination that
mampi
I think
ginagamen
resonated. And
maba
with me, it resonated
shige ma
particularly because
apshugo keep ko
correct
atagos
Joe, I
she
was
ka kitin
elected in 9 consecutive elections in Amjunong, but there was a time in
Shang Ching Sha
2016
Ringi
I took a
Nagamego
term off.
including the Gibonta.
off into different areas
Gego
and
gego
had some
bekana
learning
gi kenan
experiences,
ki
but at that time,
gego
Amjadong
weo
elected the
kenma
first female chief,
Mishmino
Joanne
Gina
Rogers. And
Gaminje Mabin
today we
Joanne
have four
Rogers Wepi.
of female council members here to support
Nangoshopi Niwin Yaok
Amjadong, and I'm very proud of them. And
Genin
we also have a member
Welde
of our youth
Kanag
council.
Megaschik.
And this young
Minamon
man lives
P
in London.
Shkinigish
He
Ya
has a strong
Youth Council
connection to
Eshkinigik.
our community.
Nem
But
Dabit
he's on our youth council,
Minashmon
and
P
he's the only youth council member
De
who wanted to come.
Bendagsit.
So he drove from London,
Afishko
rented a car, and
Kchipi
came on his own,
Tendagot Game Aba
just to be here. And I
Gibin
think he might
Desat
be the one that was talking to
Gibin
Gary. I'm
Desatchenda.
not too sure, but he's very inquisitive, and I'm very proud of him that he's.
Afishko Mami Quen Mama Gibishat.
Scott also mentioned yesterday
Gay Scott Gid Batan
my dear
Manda.
late great uncle Fred Plain, and why he's important to
Tukche
me is because
Jeshe
as a
Fred
sitting
Plain.
chief in Amjadong in the
Geishe
60s,
Gid Matbit in the 60s P.
and came to the
Gid
Union of
Nepigit
Ontario
Nangwe
Indians to be the
Manda
first
Mapigi
president, as
Bishat.
they called the Grand Council chief.
Union of Ontario
And it was
Indians
a
Gibe
position he held
Gibe
for a while, and he moved on.
Gimakatangwe.
And we talked about Anishinaabe, one family. And Fred, he dedicated his life away from his community. He went to
Aba
work in
Fred
83. He went to work in Maine.
Nibna Ginai
And he was the
Ginakitan
Ontario
Manda
regional elder while
or
they
the
held that
3D3
position for
Mino
40
Nan
years. And,
Mino
he
original
was a man that,
Getizet
of vision
Giawe.
and, a man of depth.
Gikchana
So
Kidish
proud of,
Maba.
him and proud of the fact that
Napchoko Mami Qued
in
Mama
the position that he is in right now
Gay
as the sitting chief of Amjadong. And I don't want to lose the vision that
Geni
he
ne
had
je
set
nango
aside
gemauya.
for
Manda
this
Swede Ganabet
organization.
Kagananga
And
Ma.
we heard about
Den
that
Epkadne
yesterday,
in Sin
which
Geni
is
Manda
that
Shigia.
we're getting away
Gema
from,
Wechkima
the
Patsy Gay
political
Gakidat.
arm, the political
Gay
strength
Gay
of our
was in a
collective
web
nation
kanak
getting
Chinishking.
into program and service delivery. Program
Agnar
and
the Ma
service delivery is
Chishking.
good,
Ninda
because we
Nakiwin
can do
and
that
Naking
for
Jack and
our own.
Shkonagading.
But we can't
Kinwen
lose
the
sight of the
Gdin the
fact that
Kina
we need to
Gdin the
stay strong in
Kinanen.
our political
Object Shu
beliefs.
Wimshko and the Mang Manda Ginwen and the Mang
I decided to run.
Manda Geni Manda Gin and Maui Mip to the Mamanda.
There is no position.
Guy
Nobody holds
test
a
no.
position currently. We're
Guy
starting
Gay
back,
test
going
no
back
je.
to 1-1 from 1-4, and
Sanj
I'm
much
one who
time
likes to
Manda
help people.
Basic
I'm one who
Pino
lends
Mino
likes
Basic
to lend
Pino
support.
Sneewin Giache.
I'm not one to
Basic
put them in
Skundau
position to
Geni.
help them. I'm one to offer
In other
what I
market.
can to make those people stronger. So there is
Jikske
nobody
Ising.
that I'm taking
Jim
any position
Skuzing.
from. So I
Agoye
afforded
Gimod
myself the
Masi
opportunity
Manda
to come
Nakiwin.
and speak to all of you.
Mishkeni Manda
where you
Nedma.
stand. I
Chipegi
was
Gda Nangomampi.
approached and
Chipegit Namanda
encouraged to
Noswin.
run
Gigwech
by
Megwa we
from
mip
different
dot Mamanda.
regions
We mip to Mampi.
and staff
What the
included.
Noshko Judge Bajak Mino and Kijik Mampi.
To that I say,
Midushigen
I
Yeje.
know the difference between political
Gikendanwe
administration.
Ushme.
I know the boundaries
Manda.
of workplace. And
Osh's
workspace,
Osh's
and I allow
Babish
them to do
Kenegego.
their jobs,
Jena Kit
upon
Mod and Kit
direction,
Mod Kena.
because they are the ones who do the support and the work for
Midushkonda
us.
and Kijik Shinda. Migo de
I look forward to
Kitawing.
building that relationship
Midush
with
Mino.
150 staff. Chief
Good
Mr.
auction,
Cookman
good
talked
auction
about
on
how I
midnight
was able
and
to turn
Kijik
around my
Mampi.
community. Well,
Geek game of Chief
we have a lot of
Gimamish
good people
Cookman
around, you know,
Gakitat.
and I have a
Geek
lot
skit
of great
Gid Batano
resources.
Gash skit
But
no away and sick or the
matter is,
Kenegego in Jama.
you know, even
Shkona
at a
Ganing.
time when it was,
Give a bit game on the P.
very traumatic in our community.
No Skego Gim Joshua Bokshe Shkona Ganing.
I had lost all the
Mino
senior
Snivina Gego
administration.
Jonia
So
Gego
what I
the
wanted
King
to do is,
Guy Gid
I
now
hired
says
all
no.
young band members with degrees to
Kinoshkun
come in and
Gigno
fill senior
Giang
positions,
Jack
and we
She
worked together. And we built our staff from 38 to 150.
Simdina
And,
She
we built
Shros
our members'
Vegiaug
equity from
Nishongo
38
Nango
million
Godo
to
Koshme.
121 million now.
Nibidashko Jonia Je Temagat Nango.
15,
Mandam
20
Nick
year
5
time. So, we are
Das ist schon
progressive.
einmal nicht
We have
Sabon.
an opportunity
Abschluss ist
to
da
experience some joint
Bischkame.
ventures.
Mina Nochkego Ske Ziwelan Tenon. Na
We
Kiwelan.
have experience in specific claims.
Gistuna
Current
Nochkego
state of emergency for
Kwedwang
Anishinaabe, which has afforded us an
Lindanen
opportunity
Ki
to
Kita
several
Gejik.
government officials,
Mino the Chigamananga Yajik.
federal,
Mompi Ontario
and we
Mino
had that industry
Provincial
shut down.
Federal na King.
Because
Ikshitona we Baku
human life
Adekwe.
is matter to us, and
Manda Gini
we
Lembe
talk about the
Madzu
fact
and
that
Nak
we're
Chipiten
right, but we're not
Dagot.
stakeholders.
Nune
And,
Manda.
we made national
Eje
news
Eje de
that we
Ben
had
Mang
that
Manda.
I never really campaign. I don't campaign
Ka
at
wi
home.
ka
I believe
do
in the traditional style.
do
You're
nen
elected
zi manda
because the people see in you
jik
what
jik
what
campaign
you have
wi
to
a
offer. I'm not one to really talk about
ga
myself,
go nita
but I will say,
the bat sin
Chief
nin a
Magnani
yaw
yesterday,
ya ma bashko
he
chief
made
nek
a
da
point
beginning
about
ki the
the
batan
regions,
manda the king
and
in
I come
jajbang
from the Southwest
Ulshgeni in
region,
jama southwest the
but
king
I'm really come from the Anishinaabe Nation.
I
I
was
don't
a
believe in
shivan don't
regions.
jaba the
I
Shabek
don't believe in
nation
biases. I don't
ka
believe in,
de boy sit
you know,
in regions is na ka
well, I
degen
believe in friendships and relationships, but I
Abshishko,
believe in the
get your
position
P10
that you're
down
there
and
to
the way you
respect
reach
and represent
ending. You know,
and work for all the First Nations
Jimnadin
equally.
think in a mom
And
where is a
so, you
Shnabewi.
don't have to worry about the fact that
Kadashko,
I'm going to be biased. We come from a progressive region, and if we could
or the
share some of our
Kinavich
resources
buying.
with those in the north,
Ejikshke
we could become a little
is
bit stronger for all of our nations. So,
Chipshkuzimako Kina.
but the
Asian
fact that
Goduadgizing.
we have that one Anishinaabe family that we heard so
Pejik
much
the
about
Shkin
yesterday.
Magdana, Mother Shnabe, Goduadgizud.
I believe that,
Upchugun
and
de Wetanwe.
so much that I had my DNA tested, and
Upchushko,
I have connections
Gin
to
the
all these
Kendan Geni
communities,
Kena
and I found
Misquim,
out
Mandam
it
Nekesianai.
is
Asian
an eye-opening
Shnabewi,
experience when we
Upchushko,
talk about the
Batinat.
Miigwech, the Potawatomi Trail, and
Manda
you can see how
Bodwell
all
to
our
be the king.
people are connected all the way around
Kino
the
Asia
Great
Mamu
Lakes,
ising
and
Mampig
with that,
Chigaming the king, Katang.
I offer myself as
Aha, Bidishwe,
the Deputy Grand Chief for the
Miwageni,
Anishinaabe
Chikidia
Nation
Manda,
under the premise of
Che
one Anishinaabe.
Nagmek, Manda,
Mahal Miigwech.
Asian Goodwan Gazing Shabek. How surely Kitab.
Miigwech, Chris. Next, I'd like to turn the microphone and the talking stick over to Melvin Hardy.
Bonjour, zongizi de go. Boko, turam bijwabik zagi Anishinabek donjubi. So I want to acknowledge the Eagle staff and the drums and the sacred items, as well as the elders, and head gets it, and as well as the nation building councils and the youth. It's been 3 years since I did this position, and I found that there's a lot of things in our area. I'm going to talk about our area. I'm not talking strictly Northern Superior. Because one of the things that I focused on and I sat on with various committees in Anishinaabe Nation. So I'm going to read this script first, and I'm going to tell you right from my heart. It's probably a minute so. I'm honored to be before you as a dedicated advocate for the Anishinaabe well-being and prosperity. I'm committed to continuing and championing our rights, our values, and our aspirations. For the past 3 years, I have been the Northern Superior Deputy Grand Council Chief, and have served on several boards and committees for the Anishinaabe Nation. I also work on various committees with the Chiefs of Ontario, and I had worked on the committee with Assembly of First Nations as well. I'm closely connected with the chiefs of my region. I have a good relationship with them. And one of the things that I find, in order to have a relationship, it's got to be consistent. It's got to be 2 ways. These positions that I held on those committees, there's only a small portion of my advocacy work, most of which in the Anishinaabe Nation at the federal and provincial levels. I'd like to acknowledge the portfolios and the teams that I've worked with in the Anishinaabe Nation. The Lands and Resources team, the staff, they work very, very hard. And, they're the ones who are actually creating that field for me to walk on. And I want to acknowledge especially the staff that came over and they were doing the writing for us. So I got to read a scripted piece because I'll forget everything. I'm at that age now. I just turned 65 last week. So what I want to, in my role I want to say I believe in power of the unity and collaboration. Together we can build a more resilient Anishinaabe nation that thrives on inclusivity and respect for our traditions. Our communities are the center of our work and our strength. I will focus on fostering economic development initiatives that enhance job opportunities in your communities, support First Nations entrepreneurship, and ensure sustainable growth for our communities to build a prosperous future for all. Our lands are sacred. It is our responsibility to protect and preserve them for future generations. I am dedicated for advocating environmental sustainability practices that honor our connections to the earth and promote healthy and thriving ecosystems with respecting to treaties and territories. The well-being of our people is paramount. I will continue to advocate for healthcare services. One of the biggest, right now, one of the biggest issues we know in our communities, people are dying from is diabetes. That doesn't have to happen. It happens because the programs that's developed in Ontario, and the relationship that the podiatrist has with the surgeon, that's why we have our people, and my chief told me, we need to find a different process here, because when we look in the emergency room, I see our people, it looks like a war zone, because a lot of our people, they're delimbed. So it does look like a war zone. And you know what? It's not the process that's in place in our communities. We're working with what we got to make sure that we can take care of our people. What it is, it's the program in Ontario. And it's podiatry's relationship with the surgeon. And that's all they know. They don't do enough foot care for our people, to take care of our people. So what happens is they cut them off at one of their limbs. And I don't think that's fair for our people. So we can do better than that. You know, your voice, your concerns, and your goals matter. I will consistently listen. Ensure advocacy efforts are reflective of your voices. You know, all these things we talk about what's needed, and what we can do, how it can be done, where it can be done, who we can contact to get it done. You know, all this won't matter if we don't properly heal ourselves. It starts with us. So I'll tell you a fast story. I'm a sun dancer. I'm actually a veteran. I was with the Special Forces, Canadian Armed Forces. And I was trained a lot in the things that I do there. And it's actually set forth for the path for me today. But I was not whole. I wasn't whole because I didn't have that, what I needed. And what was the guidance of our elders. I was a SCOPF for a long time. Elder helper, and you know, I found that taught me and more discipline than the Army ever taught me. Even though the Army was strict, I see some of our elders were stricter for the things we had to do. But we had to do these things in order to get the job done. So one of the things I did, I'm a sun dancer as well. And I danced because I couldn't sober up, and I went to 6 treatments 6 times. And it was the same thing as the first. The same thing you hear in the very first treatment, all the rest of the treatments, it was all the same talk. So I knew it was meat, and I wasn't getting it. And the Sauganash way of doing things, it didn't work for me. Those white ways didn't work for me. So I went sun dancing. And I remember I went down south, and I was there for 4 days. And I remember when I was dancing, and they finally hooked me up, and they put talons on my chest. And I went, holy man, because you know what? I was hungry, I was lonesome, I was, you see these, that red? That's the color my skin was. I was burnt, and I just didn't want to be there no more. So I was standing, hooked up with eagle claws in the middle of the Sundance Arbor, and then I'm sitting there, and I was bent over like that because those ropes were hung up, and they were heavy, and they were hurting me. And I was standing there, and I was thinking, what the heck am I doing here anyways? I just want to go home. Heck with these people. I'm just hurting. I'm hungry. I'm tired. And then, it was a beautiful day out, and then that elder must have saw me. He walked up behind me. And he whispered in my ear. He said, listen, look around you, he said. Look at all the beauty around you. Who else could create that? He said, feel your feet in the grass. Listen to the birds singing. Feel that cool breeze blowing on your face. Feel that, he said. You're losing your faith, he says. And the reason why is you're not facing your pain. You got to face your pain. He said, tighten up. You know, and I was so sore, I didn't want to tighten up. I wanted to tell him to shut up and I wanted to walk out of there. Seriously, I was just fed up with everything. So I stood up. And he said, tighten the rope on your binds. And I did. As soon as I tightened those ropes, you would not believe it, all that pain went away. He said, you need to face your problems, face your pain, and all this will go away. So why I'm saying that is when all these things we're talking about doing, economic development, clean water, health, education, all these sectors that we know, we're all aware of all these sectors, but that won't work if me or even Chris is elected and we don't deal with the crap inside of us for us doing decision making. And our peoples in our communities, it's the same thing. We need to be able to work. I was a counselor for years. I was also a child welfare worker and an early years worker. And you know what? I seen something this morning that was amazing. When Richard mentioned this little boy here, he was sitting in a circle. He was acting. He was a little warrior. So what I saw him do this morning was very compassionate. And what that was, after a lady spoke in the circle of sunrise ceremony this morning, we sat there, and when it went around, the feather went around to speak, what they talked about, and then he said, I want to give her a hug. You know, and it takes a lot for a child to say that, to teach full-grown men of something of compassion. And that's what that's about. Oh, we got you.
Rich Melvin. Okay, so you've heard from the two candidates. It's time to make your selection. So we're just going to ask the chief sitting here if you can stand. We're going to take those chairs away so we have room for the stand-up, and then we'll bring them back. You can sit afterwards. Oh, are you okay, Chop? Okay, you can sit back down now. It's going to be part of our new election routine. We get you to stand and sit before we actually do this. Just an acknowledgement, I guess. I just been advised that we do have some former deputy grand chiefs and grand chiefs in the audience. I think it'd be important to recognize them as we go through this process today. So I understand Deputy Grand Chief Eugene Manitowoc is with us. Then in the circle we have former Grand Chief Joe Muskokaman. I guess Joe doesn't have to stand for us to recognize him. Also have Grand Council Chief Patrick Badabi in the back. And I understand former Grand Council Chief Earl Command is with us as well. Well, there he is, okay. Nice to have them with us. Okay, so I guess we're ready for the event. So what we're going to do is ask Thunder Earth to play a song during this process. Chop's going to line our two candidates up. So when the drum starts playing, go see Chop. And then after the event, I'll ask the Chiefs to go stand behind their supporters. And we're going to call our youth in to do that count. Okay, I'll turn it over to Thunder Earth. Okay, we'll ask the chiefs to go stand behind their preferred candidate. Yes. Okay. Once you've got it around, then go stand behind your preferred candidate. Okay, request Thunder Earth for that. I just heard back from the youth and they're done their count. And you have selected a Deputy Grand Council Chief, Chris Plain. So before we do get you to stand all behind Chris and do our unity song, I'd like to offer Melvin an opportunity to thank his supporters.
Okay. Bonjour, bonjour. I want to say Chimigretch for the opportunity and the time he took with confidence in me. And I think we all need to fall behind the Deputy Grand Council Chief now and be all one family. Regrets.
Melvin. Okay, so now we're going to ask Thunder Earth to play a unity song and ask all the chiefs to go stand behind Chris as a sign of support. Thunder Earth. Thunder Earth. Before we take our break, big wets for that song Thunder Earth. And just the supporters, I do need the motion to accept the results. And just for your information, it was 21 for Chris Plain and 16 for Melvin Hardy. So Bing Digan, Dash Ginwe, Anishinaabe Gimug, 1 Jidwat. Hereby recognize and elect Chris Plain to the position of Anishinaabe Nation Deputy Grand Council Chief. So I need a mover. Chief McLeod, and second, Chief Kells. I'll take it. There's no opposition, no abstention, and miigwech. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break, and we'll, Thunder Earth will call you back in for the Grand Council Chief elections. Miigwech. Okay, can Youth Council gather in the front here, please?
This would be a good time to do that. Shayna, if you want to go with Courtney, do you want to switch over the signs to returning the lanyards? Just because people are going to start to sneak out. front and just go to the front and ask for. Yeah, well, just exactly. And just remember, they are ours, so like they might give you like a confused look. Shayna, you might have, since Courtney's looking for bins and stuff like that, I've grabbed like recycling bins and stuff like that in the past. Usually you can find them along the side. They're very rarely full because it's usually people are throwing garbage. For the returning the lanyards. Like I've used just recycling bins, toilets. So that's it. You just have to take a walk around the perimeter of the room. Courtney's just panicking because I told her to bring bins and she didn't bring bins. You know how she operates. Bring them to her. Yeah. So. Oh, Jason, you're the best. He's reaching out to people. Like that's, you don't have to remind him to reach out to people. Like I've asked him to keep on top of Loretta and Jamie Lee.
Yep.
And I thought about it this morning. I was just like, I should ask him to do that. But you know, like.
But he already did it.
No, he's got a lot going on, so
Yeah.
I'll let it go. And then just to see that message just pop up.
What a guy.
Amazing. Here nor there. What? I don't know. If you want it, I can hunt down Sarah. Is that the only name you're looking for? Sorted? Sorted? Let's, I have to go track down Sarah for a name.
I just heard her by the flute. Thank God.
Council Chief candidates into the circle. This is your song to enter the circle for the Grand Council Chief elections. Which Thunder Earth. So just in case you didn't get it, I think most of the chiefs are here. That was your call to come back into the circle for the Grand Council Chief election. So if there are any chiefs that didn't come in during the song, we're going to call you into the circle now, and we're going to begin with the Grand Council Chief elections. Okay. Okay, so we had 37 chiefs registered and voted in the first election. I'm glad the staff, we had 36 at one time. I expected the staff to go and find an odd number because we didn't want to end up with 18 and have to deal with that. So shouldn't say anything though because maybe we'll end up with 38 now. But anyway, all the chiefs into the circle, and we're going to do the Grand Council Chief elections. So basically, it's the same process as the Deputy Grand Council Chief elections, so I won't go through all the processes. Just a reminder that each get 10 minutes to speak, and it's by order of nomination. And the order yesterday was Rich Anishinaabe and then Linda DeBossegay. The drum again is going to keep time. You have 10 minutes, like I mentioned. After 9 minutes, they'll give you the 1 minute warning. And after that, they'll play continuously, so you won't be able to hear you anymore if you try to continue after that. Then after the speeches, we'll get them to play a song like we did earlier, and CHOP will line up the two candidates up at the front of the room, or I'm not sure if it's the front, but towards the podium, and then we'll ask the chiefs to line up. We'll get the youth to come in and do the count, and I just got a reminder to the youth. You can enter the circle if you want to confirm your count. I guess we saw you were trying to count on the side, and we didn't clarify that, but feel free to come right into the circle, and sometimes you just have to, if it's close, verify your count, and like you say, there's no rush on that, so the main thing is we're going to get the results right, so whatever time the youth take, and as Gordon always said, everything takes the time that it takes. Okay, so I think that covers the process. Like you say, everything else is going to be the same as we just saw. So I'm going to turn the microphone over to Reg Anishinaabe.
Good morning. I come from the
Anishinaabe of the Mississauga First Nation, son of Joanne Morningstar Anishinaabe of the Bear Clan, and Lawrence Anishinaabe of the Sturgeon Clan, both of Mississauga. Born and raised in Mississauga.
Und der Minjabam, Mississauga, mir der ganze da seine King.
Deciding where to begin.
Ma quite modish to be the gentle much
Lots
tani.
that has been done over the past
But
few
we
years.
not government King.
Plenty that we've heard here.
Ekon sa ponagak. Minamo pilib na ganon damang.
And since it all starts with ceremony,
Peter
I'd like to
Shishke much
acknowledge
tamog mandanai.
our Eagle staffs here
Ishtoing.
and our drum
Ninden kewin and etegen. Mino
and
degen.
our bundle.
Minamana skip
I've
chicken.
been honored to carry this bundle for the past 3 years.
Abjago. Mommy kwenda managi muitwa sa bon nek.
Sometimes it's a very
Kun sa
heavy bundle, a
bonagak.
very heavy burden,
Piche na go snagat.
but still at the same time you're grateful to be carrying it.
Abjashko. Piche ni miznagat. Butch shrigo. Mommy kwendam. Shke izin with miduin.
Like I said, since everything starts with ceremony, let me start there.
Mi sheshke much time. Much genja much ta. Manda.
Got some theme music playing. Sounds like we're on an 80s sitcom getting ready to. But I want to start by thanking my brother.
Ang gami ko siya tama ba?
My brother's a
Rekone.
very traditional.
Ginagamit.
Very
Mampi manda
traditional man.
winan kia. Mabanukane.
And I didn't
Abjago.
actually ask him to nominate me,
Shnabe win.
so it was a total shock when he
Shnabe
did.
adze.
It was a
Abjago.
surprise to me. And it was
Gimami
a surprise to
kwendam.
my other
Gimam
nominator,
katendam.
Kelly LaRocca.
Okay, mabaw. Ekun.
She was
Nishin
gonna nominate
ganagamit.
me also, and I thank her for that.
Abjago mi go chwa kwenda. Ganagamit mampi.
And of
Kelly
course,
Rock
Ted,
agash na kazat.
thank you for the nomination.
Mino Ted.
It means a lot
Miigwech.
coming from all three.
Ginagami abjago. Chipiten dagat ekun sik. Kino. Ikendan go shuk chipiten mi go again on bike.
Leaders that I look up to in this
You know.
society, like,
Eshik no mindo en dokeni.
very kind
Mino
human
do dog.
others. You're about this
Bichop
nation.
madzino.
You're about the Anishinaabe nation.
Gdawem. Eje nishnabe adzien kinwa. Game of Nuikane. Mugade bishku.
He's a pipe carrier.
Pognan buminan.
When it was time for me to carry this Anishinaabe,
Pilishmay ni maba. Manda.
he helped me do that.
Gisha sick. Whip window. Whip winak maba. Shabek nation. Pogan.
Things that I
Ginadmak.
didn't
Gimme the guinea kend monkey winan.
with it.
Giniga kendi onan. Manda p. Apishun gikcha p10 danway.
As we've been going through this
E
assembly,
piche shitchgang manda kwashkadadwin.
sunrise ceremony,
Entzigishka kiana. Najeng maba gizis gibe was seajet.
here,
Afshiko the shin.
good teachings from our guests.
Nivnege gunondana. Maba
Everybody sitting
chap.
in the circle there.
Ekadat.
There's teachings
Mina ken weje.
would,
Gatlang nimdapchik.
was helping teach,
Mino elwood gay.
giving those
Nadmage.
offerings, sweat ceremony.
Eje migwet manda.
One of the
Boys
teachings
win the
that I
king. Manush
wanna
beshik.
keep hearing,
Kino madwinga. Shikenama.
that the Anishinaabe will rise.
Nishnabe
The
devin
giant will
bishka.
rise. You're not talking about Nanabuju out in the water, out in Thunder Bay out there.
Gama wata bajmasino da Thunder Bay eyat. Nishnabe devin bishka.
But to rise,
Danani bwe.
and when you say Anishinaabe,
Pikiting madan nishnabe ming. Kine kenag debat disme.
you're talking about relationships.
Manda.
You need to establish
Eje
those
kom
relationships
dising.
with other Anishinaabe.
Kinwe abdek we take. Go on this win. Kina eje nishnabe wing.
I know right
Kishu
now,
sem gat shwe. We jrebak.
we're live streaming
Nango megwa manda.
to say hello to our friends.
Zoe keno den we ginonak dinak ani within the king 3 yajik. Gikendan go nob miang.
Actually gifted me this really nice shirt.
Mandan gimin gok pawon. Apsho natural.
And when we talk about ceremony,
Bidish mada debat tamang eje nishnabe adzing.
sitting on Fort William territory,
Madbi
halfway in
Mother
between
being
both
ote.
of our areas,
Fort William the king.
sitting with Ogichi
Kwashkadating
Francis
up to the
Kavanaugh,
king. Gay mama. We the baming Francis Kavanaugh. Pogans go swanning.
memorandums of
Nibida
understanding,
gave us
agreements,
tonanen.
and those are fine.
Knock
and
the
all,
gay
but
winan.
I always hear
Nishin goe.
these ceremonies,
Panish ko nundan.
pieces of paper don't mean
Nindan.
anything.
Kage go nen up the slums in England.
It's sitting and sharing and smoking
Mi
those
manda.
pipes that means something.
Mad being it out the being. Bogan
look
to
into
the swanning.
understood what that was.
Testaming Manda Yawing.
It was that we'd come and help each other when we needed so. We'd share
Pisha
with
Sek
each other when we
Janad
needed
Matying.
so. We'd be together when it was time.
Pete Queshkadading. Pisha Sek. Mi Manda Gajanai.
We had our
Mom
one
Wizing.
session on
Mandan Goting Gid Queshkadading. Gid Batamang Manan governance.
we were sharing that sort of information.
Gibando Kiwinawe Kinagego. Francis Kavanaugh.
Was gracious enough to have
Apchagogi.
his team come in from Treaty 3 and talk to us about
Gidishin Gibinat Ge.
Nagaewin.
Nindan. Mandan Ken Aknageo in the King. Gain on the Kiash
As a
Chagat.
whole unit over their one
Kina Mzoe.
land.
Manda Dokimo.
But that's not the stop there either, though.
Kada Shed Dunkskas Noe.
Because we've also built the relationship on the other side of
Minogo.
the medicine line or the fake line that's there
Manda.
to the U.S.
Bishku. Abisgenetic. US Nikea.
We went to the United Nations.
Oden Gishame. United Nations.
Our
Ishnakadik.
friends from Bay Mills Indian Band.
Gay Oden Bemils and Jabajik.
Who are also Anishinaabe.
Gay Anishinaabe will gay.
I don't know if you've ever been to the UN.
In way Kajashai or the
It's damn near
United
impossible to
Nation.
get the door,
Absishkus Nagat. We've been the gang.
and it's even harder
Auschwitz was
to speak
Nagat.
there.
Jiggy Dangsha.
Out of all the hundreds of
And
Anishinaabe,
to
not
Gomnik.
Anishinaabe people, sorry, indigenous people from around the world that
Can
were
go
there,
jump so King and Jabajik.
maybe
In
about a dozen
Shabajik.
each day get to speak.
Dama. Das is Shanish.
Anishinaabe
Begit na
Nation got
ook.
to speak there.
Wiki Gdoat.
And we got to speak against Line 5.
The Shabek
That was a
Nation.
resolution that
You
was
begit
passed
na
here
ook.
at Assembly.
Wiki Gdoat.
Chief said,
Manda
shut
Line
down
5. Bakumak Manda Line 5. Gikidme. Up to Manda Nisanat Mampi. Manda Wigno and Wang Manda Nbe.
So we were there.
Mijek Anjayang.
Anishinabek Nation got the chance to be on
Shabek
the floor,
Nation.
got the chance to speak.
Ki je sais je Wiki Gdat. Pidus Gigidang.
Our submission
Manda.
made it
Kami
to the
Kwayang.
United Nations that made
Zenegan.
the final report.
Otegi
that
Chikada
Canada
Jesh
had
Kshim
to respond
Senegading.
to.
Abdi
That
Mama
Bay
Canada
Mills
Gay.
Band was grateful to us for, because they're trying to shut that Line 5 down right at the Strait
Gay
of
no
Mackinac,
Gunda.
and they're helping us in that regard.
Bay Mills. Wedge Bakwa na Gay
The
no.
report,
Nangushkuna Namia.
affidavit saying,
Ki Shviana
"We support
Mzenegan.
Bay Mills Indian Band. We share
Is
the freedom
Asgabit Tungedogunda. Bay Mills and the King.
in our territory that they
You can
have
not stop getting the department no the
That's one of our
department.
stopping places.
In the Dwajman on the King.
Connection. That's who we are.
We basic Nikia give me Nungskang with P.
And so they're
Me
grateful
this
to
way.
us. So that's
Yeah,
what
what get up to shook chip get chip it in Megadan
there's a
Gay.
relationship within here.
Minashman the Ginwe Asia. Which can ding Mum P. Asian Shabewing.
Work has been done.
Even the Q and
Governance
Git Temagat
manual that was
Kishi
passed
Tamagat.
yesterday.
On them Senegan Gash up Skak Gina Goff Chick being a
I
Kuna
heard
Kit
the
Gat
chief when
Egwe.
they said,
Gimak
"We didn't
Gino
have
Doggy
this,
Kit
but
what.
we ran into
Kaimanda
problems.
Kiazina.
We should have had this 8 years ago.
Sagi Yana Manda Equashos Bo Equashos of Bonagok Magi Equum Das of
So
Bonagok.
we did it.
Mijmenda go Shashwagi Kidwat Pandagimak.
And now we have
Mishmanaga Shapskak Chinago. No was Gada, na excuse it.
yesterday. 'Cause he shared a
After
good story.
Shkonishin, Mavagina Menjina gon Mikane.
In our community, we
Apchiko,
share a story, and I
Manda
shared it
Ginwe.
with my friend Kelly one time about a serpent, the chief, and how they were being
Mava,
cruel to their
Chigne Gab me hat Mino, Kasham Jito do what vision
That's another
Snabe one.
story for another day, but that's where I
Among
think
godding
the
this way.
lessons from.
Midishregan Gabanger, Dinman and Ninda, Top Court Dogs Winan.
And that's
Chicken Magno Mang Door, Chimnagnin Mangidor, Lun Shabem Nanik. After wave, that's the Bagas, me Pichamagot. Nibnage Gondakit.
fighting all kinds of legislation, whether
Nibna
it's
Shug women a Kitalan,
climate change,
Geno, Kondamatiak, Mino Manda,
changing our nation building councils so that they
Geno is Aunt Sek
more
Mumpi,
congruent with
Kidamanda.
everything we have going on here, and engaging them and being more inclusive. Very much.
How? Miigwech.
We went for it.
Surely
Government doing
Kintam.
their job. Like they've been doing since yesterday. Okay, so now we're going to turn the microphone talking stick over to Linda DeBasige.
Miigwech, Ojo Kinawaya, Mondag Koyok, Minua Mondag Minok, Ogema Koyok, Minua Ogemak, Nishomsnak, Nokmasak. Wazasak, Wizasak, Kinawaya, Abajachinandam Kinawaya Gobjai Mompi, Chimigwech. Linda DeBoski, Jognashi knows when. I'm here standing before you, accepting a nomination for this very important role. This role and responsibility that we all rely on from time to time. As leadership, we struggle in our communities just to deal with the crisis daily. We are so distracted at times, wanting to ensure that our people are safe and loved. And sometimes changes to legislation, an attack on our rights happens. And then we find out later. And we find out and fight it after the fact, and it's harder that way. We have thousands of years of experience in this room, not just in the chief circle, but all around us. We have leaders, former leaders, but most importantly, we also have our Anishinabek, our ancestors, who continue to guide us every day. We say miigwech for that. When I was a little girl, I was taught ethics, hard work, compassion, dedication, resilience. And I think we're all taught that along our journey. Most of all, love. We love each other, even when we find disagreement. When I was a little girl, my father taught me, you're going to have to work harder than any man. He says, I'm going to help you. I'm going to guide you, and I'm going to mentor you, as well as your uncles and your grandmother and your mother will teach you your responsibilities as women. Your aunties and your uncles will also guide you. By 6 years old, I knew what the white paper policy was. In kindergarten, I'm telling my teachers about the white paper policy, and that my uncle Louis helped write the red paper policy, Citizens Plus. Those are the foundations of my teachings. I've been mentored by former Chief Joe Herba. I've been mentored by Stan Beardy, Phil Fontaine, the late Tom Brissett, Joe Muskokeman, and actually everybody in the circle. Chief Nawagabo, we worked together when he was police chief. He knew how much of a stand I took on policing, how we needed to make it better for our people. To enforce our bylaws, to help us with that. And that fight still goes on today. We look at the wellness and in our communities. There's a lot of wellness, but there's also a lot of unwellness. And where does that come from? Years and years of intergenerational trauma that we are not responsible for, but we are taking the responsibility to heal. And it's been hard. It's our loved ones, it's our children, it's our grandchildren, it's our aunts and uncles, it's our parents. And we say it takes a community to raise a child. But we have to take a step back and ask, are we actually doing that? We have many in our community with lived experience, and we need to learn from them what made them hurt so much. All of our people have those stories. All of them are leaders. Criminal record or not, people change. Growing up, I fought the MNRF and a private industry who wanted to build an aquaculture cage in our community. I was 16 years old. I went and saw my friend Tom. I said, hey, they're putting aquaculture right in our water intake plant, our water intake for our treatment plant. We got to do something about it. At the time, our leadership, I think, was distracted at the time. So we created Wedosek. We're the warriors. We will take care of our community for generations to come and teach our peers to protect. And that's what we did. We still exist today. We still work to protect not only our community, but we've been to others. Caledonia, Grassy Narrows, Burnt Church, all under strong leadership. And that's what I was raised with. You know, I went to school for civil engineering technology. I was the only Anishinaabe Kwe in that class. And the only Kwe. I challenged my peers, and I also taught them a lot about Aboriginal treaty rights, because they don't know. And I challenged them so much that to this day, several of my peers argue that within industry, because they've become our allies. That's what we need to inspire. We need to inspire a generation of youth to take over for us, because I was inspired as a little girl. I participated when Whitefish River raised the issue of HST and the Anishinaabe Nation took on to it. That made real impacts in our community. We see it on the ground, and that's what I believe in. Gudwaiwan Gazet Anishinaabe, we are all one family. And together, and only together, can we make those impacts on the ground, at home, where it matters, while also protecting our existing lands and getting our land back. And we do this together. Before I was elected into leadership, first as a councillor and then after that as a chief, I worked in the bush. I was told girls can't drive dump trucks. Well, I showed them how I could. Girls can't operate excavators. Oh, I'll show you that too. I worked alongside real tough burly men. And they're actually scared of me when I got upset. I did a TVO special and this lady said something against what we believe in. And the lady beside me had to grab my arm. This was on TVO, it's public. That's what I do. Kind to our people, kind to each other. But I will be fierce to the different levels of government, to industry, but only with your help. Like I said earlier, as a youth, the Anishinaabe Nation was a great nation, proud to be of it. Even when I went to school in Thunder Bay, drove through Pays Plat, felt welcome there because I knew it was part of Anishinaabe Nation. I knew I could be safe there. Gudwaiwan Gazet Anishinaabe. I became a trustee with Rainbow District School Board, Indigenous trustee. I then became vice chair, first Indigenous Kwe to do that. Made huge changes within that board, creating a whole entire Indigenous education department, refocusing our efforts on our children's needs and supporting our First Nations feeder schools, are what they call it, the children coming into our the public school system from elementary. In that process, we had education service agreements that have now been discontinued. But under our leadership, we're continuing them with Rainbow District School Board. In saying that, I also led the proper process and ceremony in Tigmekshing. There was a education service renewal signing and they were just gonna get the chiefs together and sign a paper. I said, no, it's more than that. This is our children's education. And they knew where I stood. They knew I would figure out a way because when I became a trustee, I would refuse to bear allegiance to the Queen. And I found a way to bear allegiance to our Creator, our laws, and most importantly, our children. And I used their own legal documents against them to allow me to do that. It took a little bit of work, but there was no way I was going to sign allegiance to the Queen. God rest her soul at that time. These are the things we do when we have courage and support, the support of our people. My friend Ross, we'd always have visits when I was Gima in my community. And he's on council now. He's our deputy chief. Very proud of him. And that's what we need to do. We need to inspire others to take over our roles. We need to come together as a family. And we need this many people to turn up at every single meeting we have when we have a Chiefs Assembly. You'll see a resolution later, emergency resolution on education. I helped my deputy chief of Chiging and Chief Patsy Corbier to bring it to this floor because the government continues to make decisions without us and we're not making any noise about it. It's time for us to rise up. And I want to rise up with you and I want you to rise up with me. I will end there, but I am grateful, honored, and humbled to be here today. I recognize everybody who is here that we can see and those who are not. Shimigwach.
Regrets, Linda. Okay, so before we do the election, we just want to make sure we have our counts right on. So we're going to ask the chief's proxies to put your hand up, and our youth going to come around and count and verify our count before we go into the election process.
Hello, Joe. I just want to acknowledge an individual sitting in this room right now. He's seen many, many things over the years. And I want to acknowledge him. Mondage, Shmoganish, Mava. Ketkayak Minwa, Mumpi. How old are you, my friend?
Responsible gizilnichke.
It's very, very important that we take care of our Shmoganish.
Chugo chipiten dagut. Chigdevent bang manda. Kenda swin. Binagum pienchen madabit. Thank you for coming.
Regrets, Chop. Okay, so we're going to just verify our count. So get the chiefs and proxies to circle, put your hand up, and youth's going to come around and just verify our count before we do. Chiefs and proxies, yeah. We just want to verify the number of people we have for the stand-up. I told you they're serious about getting that right. They had to do that second time just to make sure. So we do have 37 chiefs or delegates in the circle for this. So we need 19 to elect a Grand Council chief. So we're going to get Thunder Earth again to play a song, and Top's going to line the two candidates. And after that, I'll ask you to go stand behind your preferred candidate. Thunder Earth. up, we'll ask the chiefs to come around the circle and stand behind their preferred candidate. So you have selected a Grand Council Chief, Linda DeBossige. Before we do our unity song and ask you all to line up behind Linda, I'd like to offer the microphone to Anishinaabe to thank his supporters.
Chimigwech, thank you all for standing behind me. I appreciate it very much. Thank you for having faith in me. And I now ask you to stand behind the successful candidate, Linda DeBossige. Chimigwech.
Okay, so we're going to go back to Thunder Earth to play a unity song, and we'll ask all the chiefs to line up behind our elected Grand Council Chief, Linda DeBossige. Much again to Thunder Earth for the song. I guess the next thing I have to do again is formally have a motion to accept results. And so begin dinong dash ginwe Anishinaabe himag mawan jidwad hereby recognize elect Linda DeBossige in the position of Grand Council Chief. So I need a mover. Skokeman and second Williams, was it? Yeah, from okay. And I'll take it, no opposition, no abstentions. That motion's carried. We're just okay, so we're going to have a short break as we get ready for the pipe and blanket ceremony. And Richard and Chop are going to lead that, so I'm going to be done my formal part of the duties. As you heard yesterday, this is very important to see this election through with my friend Gordon, who is with us, right? So and everything was. I could feel him walking beside me as I walked and spoke to you the last couple of days. So I say miigwech to the Anishinaabe Nation for asking me the election officer this year, and afterwards we'll come back and chop, and Richard will do it the remainder of the election. So miigwech. Okay, so we'll just take a break and we'll call you back in for the ceremony.
Kina
I want to
Gigo.
first
Tamdash.
say Chmiigwech to my family.
Miigwech Ninak.
Chmiigwech
Asian
to my
Kutwe and
family,
Gizia.
as we all
Kenny.
know in these roles and
Kendana.
responsibilities.
Manda. Ishni Kanzing.
We at times don't spend enough
Na
time with
Pi.
them, our children.
Kai.
And I'd like to acknowledge my family for their support.
Quitse Masina Nekonda.
Chief Niganov.
Kibno Jim Nanik.
Most people
Kima
don't know we've known
Bagabanan
each other a
Kijik.
long time, and we've had great respect for one another since we were teenagers. When I was playing baseball in Mississauga.
Yibnako.
And so
Yibnaching.
I'm
Kvain
grateful
Gibik
for
Mama.
your work,
Reg.
Chief.
Upchuko.
I look
Miigwech
forward to
Trendam.
working with you in the future, and I know Creator
You know.
has a
Chipina
path for
King.
us all,
Mamwe.
and I appreciate
Kay
it.
Mabusheb Netotan. Mikan. Wala Nagdawi. To the chiefs, the women chiefs, and the chiefs.
I want to first share a story that I feel that
We
is
should watch
appropriate,
Moss.
right now.
Nikedabatan.
A story of this journey today.
Manda. The
My
Nango.
family has always supported
Yeah.
what I do. No
Asian
matter
good
where I'm
man
situated.
Gizampane. Das Kabitago and Nakia.
To Thunder Bay,
Sulak out Thunder Bay.
Michigan.
Chigging.
When I was asked to consider this,
Pima P. Manda. Kibiko
I
send me go.
have been working
Manda.
for Independent First Nations Alliance Tribal Council. out
With
of
the
Suluk,
Manda gonna
helping,
kit Mako.
remote communities as well as two road access communities and helping their leadership.
With the Kiwet Nong the
And
King.
I
No,
enjoy
Minakita
helping
Gaya.
people
Upchuko
helping
Michigan
leadership
done. Minuan done.
through
Not the Magaya.
struggles and challenges.
No Chicago.
And so
Snug
I
Suin
prayed
and
on
the
it.
King. Gine me
and with the
Thunders.
ceremony.
Mandash storing the Kiangisha.
And the night after the ceremony I went to,
Mandash.
I had a dream.
Ajo. The Noxic
And in that
Giborge.
dream, I was picking blueberries somewhere in the bush on the North Shore,
Gimme.
and
Ke.
I heard a voice.
Kigo does get on that. Linda.
I got
Him
goosebumps
de
and
keta
I
goya.
shivers because I knew that voice, and I turned around. Yeah. He asks me, "What are you doing?"
When is in the
Picking
kid?
blueberries.
Dick.
What are
Don't
you
mean
doing?
ke. When is Kinish chick eight.
It was a
Then
late
others.
Shikeba.
Ishmaba. Gordon.
And he looked at
Give
me
it
and then
this sick.
he held out his
Michigan
hand,
Gnomik.
and there was a bonnet there, and he
Give
said,
us
"It's
a
time to go
genic.
to work."
Mishman the Gakidat. Mijimajin a keen.
The next morning,
Dus
I,
me is
spoke
Kishep
with
ook.
my family.
Gignonak. Is een Korean gezang.
We're here.
Een Piet dame. Dame just go with
And
Togoin.
I called Grand Chief. I thought it was very appropriate and
Gignonades.
respectful, to let him know that I
Mabagima.
would accept the nomination. And I think that's a good way of doing things if we are all here for the same thing, to advance our nation, to help our people, and to lead with good minds and good hearts. So I wanted to share that with everybody here today. That has been part of my journey. Miigwech for all of the support.
Miigwech
As
Kinagiaska
I
with
said
Tuig.
earlier,
Mumpy.
the wisdom in this room is
Wanda. Boka with Mumpy at take.
only we
Jamo
together
skin. Kida mamwe.
can move
Kinwe.
forward in a good,
Etta. Nigan Kashame.
efficient way.
Way in the Kia.
Earlier, where I was holding on to a
Ishke.
pocket watch. It belonged
Much
to my
time.
late father, and he asked
The bin dog now in
us to hold
Twagisones.
on to it
Gibin dog
for
no.
our daughter and
Kat ben
until
mat.
she gets older,
Nos.
and that's what I carried
Kishma
with me.
Bagamina.
And my father
Danes Gooding.
always said,
Mapadish
"Don't
no
rush
skakeda.
time."
Kegwa. Way
He
ben
also
the
said, "Don't waste time."
P.
And he said,
You know, Kegwa.
"Make the most
That's
efficient
okay.
use of your time."
Way in the cousin.
Together, we
on
have
the P win.
experiences. Together, we have
Mom, we-
successes.
Dana.
Together, we
Kshkezi
have
winan.
struggles.
Mamwe.
But together,
Dana.
that's
Snuggs
wherein
winan.
lies the solutions. Together,
Nesh
as
mushe mamwe
leadership,
ten on in
your
the
councils,
mamwe na
the
king.
citizens of the Anishinaabe
Kinishin
Nation,
the ben dog sijik.
that's where the answer is.
Ishe kinege go
It's
take.
with us.
Kinwe.
And it's time for us to wake up,
Midishe. Update chikuting
stand
be. Nani wake.
you know, and when we're feeling a bit down,
Pidish.
because I know full well
Gisa
what
de
it's
the
like
man.
in our community.
Abdish
I
ko.
know full well
Giken dan go.
how much
Moshkin,
we can be attacked, how much we
Nick,
can be put down,
Kimi gana going,
how
Nick,
much
get the basin me
our own
going,
people are fighting
get no ganda,
our own.
Kinwe, Asian
We need to work
Shabarying,
together
Asian
to turn
Migading.
that around because
Abdek
our
from
fight is not
Amwajana
with our
King,
people.
Kinwe, Asian Ren, Asia Yawing.
Our way of life
Give them on the Bamontu now.
rests on us becoming healthier,
The Weber Magat
working
Kinwe,
together in a united way,
when the
and
Janaki
pushing
Tardying,
back on the
Mom
forces that
Wajanaki
continue
Tardying.
to oppress us and take things away. And I know we can do that. I believe in
Takshketona
that.
Shkoe,
I've
Debwe
seen
and
it
Dan
happen.
Commander. Giwam Dan, Gishoebak.
And there are potentially dark times coming. We know
But
there's
in
election
Donago,
and we know how much
Trinidad,
that impacts
Trinidad,
us,
big
no matter
Kamenago,
what.
Kenegego.
But like my father said, my
Geish
uncle
Maba
said,
Noskak,
like
that
leaders have said,
Nosba,
we don't
Mino,
have to work
Jekos,
with those
Jisheba.
other settler
Gawab
governments.
they
They
want the
have to
winner
work with
kit
us.
twing, or the government
And when we
Jabajik,
come from a power,
Jagaming.
a position
Kinwe
of
ab the winner
strength,
kit Tagananik.
determination,
Ab the
resilience,
Ginwe Gonda,
there
winner
is
kit
nothing
Taganalig, jamming man of
that could hurt
Skozivin.
our people.
Kago,
And together, I know we can do that.
Mikaksina, Kinwe,
So I
Mom
just
winner
want to
kit
honor
Tardying.
everybody here,
Up
for
the
those
score,
people watching
Kinwe
online.
Nadenma, Kinwe Mapiat,
A big
was
sincere
more than in the
appreciation
morning.
to my family, my
Mina
little
mem
girls
de
watching
Gego.
online. Hi, Delia. I hope you're not missing your nap.
Piajik,
But I mean, that's what drives us.
an Indilia.
So with that, I look forward to
Me the
working
Shwe,
with
up
everybody,
the score.
and I look
Then
forward
in
to
them
the
Jimna
connections we can
Nakiton
make
go
together
Kena,
at a deeper
Kena
level.
Mamujina
I
Kitalian,
look forward to the
Mushkin
solutions
Nick,
that we can come up with
Kajin
together,
Jitoing,
where we see
Skazy Winan,
real benefit at home,
Joam Daman,
grassroots, on the
Kenegego, or
ground,
the Engine
and we're a
buying.
stronger nation for that.
Oshmejum
Shmigas.
Scusi, Vision, go to Algazing.
Miigwech. Chiefs, proxies, delegates, on behalf of myself, my community, who stood behind me, I just want to extend my sincere appreciation for the support that you've shown me. I look forward to working with our new Grand Council Chief, and I too echo the sentiments, and want to extend Reg, all of the best, and thank you for the hard work that you've done on behalf of all of us over the last 3 years. That work will never go unnoticed, and like Linda, I know that the Creator has a path for you, and I hope to see you again soon on the trail. Linda shared a story, and I know we're in a serious mood, but I kind of want to share a little story too. Back in 2006, we traveled all the way from Amjanong to Sandpoint to have a stand-up election. I believe it was the first one. And at that time, Val Maneg was a candidate for the deputy. And I asked my council, because Patrick, I believe, was being acclaimed. I said, I think Val would be a good balance. And so I got the support of council, and I went to the assembly, and it was time to stand up, and I stood behind Val. At that particular time, the candidates were facing each other, and they of course weren't allowed to look back. And I was looking over, and then I get a nudge from behind and says, "What are you guys doing?" I don't know. There's Ray Rogers standing over there behind Glenn Hare from my community. We both traveled all the way from Amjanong to cancel each other's votes out. Anyway, for those who know Ray, he was involved in the union for 50 years, and he was quite the character, and he taught me a thing or two about relationships, and he had a strong one with Glenn Hare, and he let me know it that day. But nonetheless, we are all family, and I just wanted to add a little bit of humor to such a serious occasion. But and then the 3 years later, we had it in my community. But I do want to extend my appreciation to those who
have conducted the ceremony, including the Quaywa Council, for your instructions and your guidance and your openness and your willingness to help as we go along in our journey. It means a lot to me. And, at home we don't have an elders council, so I look forward to drawing on you for expertise and for the strengths that you carry for our nation. Miigwech for that. And to Richard and the job for conducting this ceremony. And, I just look forward to being able to be more involved. I was the interim for the last year, but I was also sitting chief of a very progressive and aggressive community, and it didn't give me the opportunity to put a full attention into the deputy grand chief position for my region. So I look forward to being more involved and visiting all of your territories. And Lewis, I'm coming to your community at some point because I hear what you got going on. I've been watching, and I heard your speech yesterday, and like I said, we're all just one nation. We're no regions, so I'll be there to support you and all the rest of you as well when you have concerns or issues, and whether you have celebrations. I just want to come to celebrate because it's not all about the hard work. We need to celebrate the good work we do as well. So I look forward to that, and I pledge my ultimate. Everything that I have to our Grand Chief, and I look forward to working with you really much. Bonjour, everybody. Thank you all. Thank you all for the
Hello everyone. Miigwech manut sabun kana kitonogok apchugo ginishin. Chugo ginishig bele kitonogok mandagino gana knigi wajchige. Miigwech ralish kinogoya vandagana kitogik. Nikki, Marla, Laura, Ariana. Apchugo kimami kwendagazim.
None of the good words could be said.
Okay, go jikid windakit sim.
None of the places we could have gotten into without you. Miigwech to my partner for having to put up with all the travel that I had to do, and for coming with me when she could.
Miigwech ge mobe.
Miigwech to my
Wijuogan pane. Kabja skabwit.
For giving up their time
Kido.
for me to be doing this work.
Keep getting out madawin and kia. Keep no danger ma.
Do this work.
Keep getting madawin and kia.
Miigwech to my parents for
Miigwech ge no git simak.
my grandparents for showing me the way.
Mishomis me nokomis. Madagi no moyat madaki wajich kia. Aha, up to miigwech right now. Gini gega gaje moya.
Get Maba Shabe. Miigwech kabishaying.
Thank you for coming here. You are held with greatest esteem.
You're always gonna have.
Panega yan manda.
Because there's
Knows
also
win.
Ogama that's sitting amongst us in the background.
Ya
waiting
okmumpi.
too.
Kimak. Agoing lim dabchik.
But I bet you anything, they're just as busy as each and every one of you guys sitting in front.
Apshishko. Look chapi 10 dogs a mupini got nem dabik.
Each.
Ichke. My friend. Kawo. Shko says no. Manda. Mingo. Pchirak jamadang jain.
Rest.
Kenwebin.
There's Benojiek out there
There's children.
that always look up. When you become an
Gigno
Ogama,
padwa. Pigi mawiyan.
it's a sacrifice.
Up chamanda.
Just like every ceremony that we go to, it's a
Live na
sacrifice.
begin na gewin.
Every
Awant.
single thing that we do, we're sacrificing
Kinige ko na
something
king. Live na
Just
gewin
like
up
with
kit
the
na
man
na.
that left here.
Game of nene.
All
Kamachat.
these things
Kinamang pick up and
he
got
has
magi.
sacrificed.
Ibigit na kailan.
He has
sacrificed his time
Kibigit again win.
for the nation,
Yeah, win. Yeah, win.
the people.
Just vision kwadwan gising. Just bemadzijik.
He sacrificed his time
Kibigit again win we to p win.
away from me.
Gujan care. Zag jahing ninia.
And that's one thing that we have to remember.
Mi just rebe shakap ne gop kwen mang.
We have to be
Uptake.
able to sacrifice those things.
Chikit toing jibigit namang we. Chishit toing ushme.
Because it is
Meshko zimgok. Kaya wen pansino. Maba gema. Nani bwik.
Yabe. Nani Buen.
Nani bwin giabe. Stand up, chiefs. Chiefs sitting in the back. Shkoyang nem dabjik.
Earl. Nani Buen. Hat. Awishak. Wajat.
But come here.
Ejipitan Dagos. Maba.
Jupitenda, what you are held with great value.
Wajan. Ogama.
Come here.
Join this circle right here for a minute.
Mampi. Bedani bwik. Katang. Jina.
All you Ogama sitting in the back.
Gemak shkoyang nem dabjik.
Bean. Bob. Wajan.
Mampi bishok.
Mel. Where is he? Where's those other Ogama that are here? I know there's more. Leroy. See, all these Ogama, they think they can get away. When you hold that title of Ogama, you're going to be put on the spot every single time. Because that title, when you get it, that's just not right now. That's for until our time has come, when our eyes close. You're always going to be Ogama. Miigwech. Ogama. Ejipitan Dagwit. I want to honor all of you guys for the hard work that you guys did, have done, and only have begun. Mashi Jamanaga. Celebrate with these Ogama, all you guys back there. Dance, right in your spot. Anyone?
that's as long as you've got the space. It's,
I want to say good afternoon. I want to say acknowledge the drum for calling us back into assembly. And we have a few things yet to do. You have a few things yet to do. And one of the things that we have to do is called resolutions. And we have 4 of them. So I'm asking the chiefs in assembly if they will consider that we will do the resolutions now. We have the aunties over here got my back and they really want you to hear their presentations. They said they shortened them down to 10 minutes. And then Ogima and the Kwewak, they have honoring ceremonies and protocols to finish up with. So that's how we propose this afternoon, that we will do the resolutions, that the grandmas and a couple of uncles have some presentations to do, and then we will finish with the protocols and honoring of members of our family. So if you agree, I would like you to say, how. All right, now I'm going to get my co-chair to work. Adam, resolutions.
Miigwech, Vera, and miigwech for granting that permission to go right into resolutions. What we will need to do, though, is confirm that we have quorum to deal with resolutions. And I know that we've rearranged the room a little bit, so I can't tell where chiefs are sitting in different places. So we'll do a raise of hands. Chiefs, if you can raise your hands, keep them up. I'm going to get staff to help us out do a count. Sarah, if you can, just one hand. Okay, very good. We are good to proceed with resolutions. So I'm going to ask resolutions team to put up the first resolution, please. And this is resolution 2024-08, and it's titled Dbajagadik, Support for Proposal for Preliminary Development Work Self-Government Agreement on Kijigado Wiji Kanamaduan. That is justice. I have a hard copy, but I'm going to read what I have on the screen as we go, just to make sure I'm looking at the same version as we have on the screen. The resolution is moved by, if we can go back up, Makwe Rhonda Williams-Lovett, who I believe was here. Oh, right here, thank you. And seconded by Chief Scott McLeod, who I believe is also here. Oh, there we go. Miigwech. So we will go down to the bottom of the resolution. It reads, Pagidnamogdash. We can scroll up a little bit. Pagidnamogdash Kinui Anishinaabe Gumag, Mawan Jidwat. Let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabe Chiefs in Assembly, 1, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to explore and assess potential Anishinaabe First Nation jurisdiction on justice. 2, support a proposal for preliminary development work on a self-government agreement with respect to justice. And 3, direct the Grand Council Chief to advocate to Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada, CERNAC, and other federal ministries in Ontario to communicate the proposal, community interest in justice, and to establish a federal and provincial mandate and to support funding to complete the proposed preliminary development work. I think that's the entire resolution, correct? Mover and seconder, if you wish to speak to the resolution. I know the mover was just here. I can't see the entire. Oh, there you are. Do you wish to speak to the resolution? Okay. Seconder will be first. Chief McLeod is just having a side discussion. get Chief McLeod to raise the mic a little bit, just a little bit. There we go. Microphone, please. Microphone in the back. There might be the on-off button. There we go.
All of our communities know just how difficult it is. In a lot of cases, First Nations, we get into agreements to create laws, even with federal government, or to allow us that to regain that authority back in our community to create laws. But quite often, what happens is when we create them, they're not recognized. They're not recognized by the judicial system. There's no mechanism in place to actually educate legal people, justices to actually enforce these. So it falls short, and we're constantly struggling with this. So this is what this initiative is to push for and get those mechanisms in place so that our laws are not just simply bylaws, but they're actually First Nation laws. Miigwech.
Miigwech, McLeod. Going back to the mover, no comments. Okay, so with that, the floor is open. Back to the microphone, Chief Muskoka.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I ask for a friendly amendment, be point number 4, that there would be a report back to the fall assembly of 2024.
Miigwech. So just looking at the resolutions team, and we do have up on the screen. What I'll do is ask the team to make the addition and then highlight it in yellow, just so that we can note the recommended change. Once we have read it, I'll ask the mover and the seconder.
Yeah, we're both okay with that.
You're okay with it? Okay. We don't actually have it yet. Is that good to go? Mover and seconder sounds like are in agreement with the concept. You're okay with it? Okay. Just for the record, I will read what it says. So number 4 is that the Anishinaabe Nation report back to the fall 2024 Chiefs Assembly. I did get concurrence from the mover and seconder. So that is the resolution that is before you with the 4 points. Floor is open. I see some discussion in the back. But the floor is open for any. Yeah, go ahead, Chief Maswash, while they have their huddle.
Didn't they, in the House, just pass something as far as the law goes, that they didn't have, the OPP didn't have to uphold our laws? Didn't they just pass that?
As
the issue goes beyond the officers on the ground, though. The issue goes further than that in the judicial system, the courts, provincial courts, knowing what those laws are and upholding those laws. And what often happens, and I see a few of the board members here from the Anishinaabe Police Services, we struggle with getting our own police officers to enforce our laws, because every time they do lay a charge or whatever, they bring it in, the courts just throw them out because they don't know what that law is. They've never seen it before. It's not part of the provincial regulation. So it's not necessarily a police issue. It's a judicial mechanism issue that stops our laws from being fully recognized.
Miigwech, McLeod. does that, Chief Mashquash, does that do it? I was going to ask Fred, is in the back, if you could elaborate on that, legal director. If you are able to elaborate that, or is Chief Mashquash, that's good? Okay, very good. Thank you. So that's fine. Thank you. Just a reminder, Ogama McLeod, you have a lot of power, so you got to be careful when you grab the microphone. Just to let you know. Don't grab the microphone, is what I'll say. Ogumakwe Manitowoc, go ahead.
Oh, Miigwech for allowing me to speak. I'm asking for consideration of a friendly amendment under the section of Bigid Namodash Inwin Anishinabek Gimak Mounje Dwat. So under the let it be acted upon section, I've just conferred with both Chief McLeod as well as Fred, and I'd ask for consideration for a friendly amendment under number 1, that directing the Anishinaabe Nation to explore and assess potential Anishinaabe First Nation jurisdiction on justice, including all of our traditional and customary principles, and primarily the circle concept in the administration of justice. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Ogumakwe Manitowoc, we'll just get that written up, and then I'll read it into the record, and then go for the formal process of approval from the mover and seconder. So again, what we'll do is we'll highlight it in yellow, the amendment. And so it now reads, 1, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to explore and assess potential Anishinaabe First Nation jurisdiction on justice. And just finalizing changes in yellow. And now includes, it says, including all of our traditional customary principles, including our circle processes. Ogumakwe Manitowoc, was that the change? Okay. Ogama McLeod, you're okay with it?
Yeah, we're both okay with it, and I apologize for the microphone. I've been called Bane from The Dark Knight a couple times. I think it's gone to my head, so apologize for that.
We'll give you that look next time you squeeze that microphone. Okay, Miigwech, so we're okay with that amendment. Go ahead, Chief LaRocca.
Kelly LaRocca. I just wondered, I guess for a few points of clarity, will that proposal come to back to the chiefs before it goes out to CERNAC, or no? There will be a committee that does it and just goes ahead, sort of thing? I'd like to see it.
Maybe what we can do is I'll ask Fred to provide some commentary.
As well, I'd like some clarification on how it will be treating the Lands Board, First Nations lands management communities.
There's a briefing note in the package that it's the full proposal. Basically, there's not a lot to it. What's missing is the introduction about who we are and how successful we've been with other things. But essentially the work plan is in the briefing note. And essentially what it is a research paper to sort of flesh out what we're going to talk about, what we could talk about. And we use that to fuel a working group. We use that to inform the Chiefs Committee. And there's also a think tank, which is really just pulling people together, probably on Zoom, with that discussion paper to get their thinking, then a conference at the end of it that tries to pull it all together, see what people think is practical, workable, what builds on existing things, because it's great to create this big system that nobody really knows all the technicalities of it. We need to incrementally build our system to what we have right now, build our capacity 1 or 2 or 3 steps further until we reach a lot of capacity in justice. That's what it's right in the briefing note.
Does the briefing note speak to the Lands Board and the lands management communities?
Yeah, it does, because that's essentially, so the enforcement of laws, of course, there's a whole spectrum of laws. There's administrative, there's regulatory, there's everything in the spectrum, civil, small claims. There's no reason we can't handle small claims issues in our communities, as you know. And so it kind of goes through the whole spectrum and hives off little. I think the research paper will hive off what's doable and gets us all, every community, one step further on justice.
And it will be a contractual arrangement. At the end of the day, it will be a negotiated contractual arrangement.
Well, I'm hoping that it'll give us some mandate that we have to bring to the chiefs, that they can say to the government, let's move this forward. That's what I'm hoping.
But ultimately, if it gets moved forward, it's a contractual arrangement. It's not a constitutional amendment, obviously, that you're seeking.
Oh, with the government, you mean, a contract?
Yes.
Possibly.
That's important. Okay, Miigwech, thank you.
Any more discussion on the resolution? So I don't see anybody else approaching the microphone. So with that, I'm going to call for question. Resolution before you, all in favor, raise your hand, please. Miigwech, any opposed? I see none. Any abstentions? I see none. So with that, resolution is carried. Miigwech, thank you. Keep going. Okay. Next resolution is Nakunagawin 2024-09. And we'll just give the team a second here to put the resolution on the screen. There we go. So the resolution is titled Dabajagadeg, Ontario Prioritizing Mining Over Title, Treaties, Rights and Interests of First Nations and Related Issue of Federal Land Claims and Additions to Reserve being inconsistent with UNDRIP articles. The mover is Chief Duncan Machano, who I think was here. Yes, is present. Seconder is Chief Louis Krisiwa, who is also present. Thank you. So I will read the Pagdnamogdash Inwi Anishinaabe Gumag Mawanchi Duat. Let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabe Chiefs in Assembly, 1. Support a joint First Nations Canada process to widen the scope of the federal specific claims policy reform process that would include the specific claims policy, not just the specific claims process, to ensure consistency with the UNDRIP minimum standards in Articles 26, 27, 28, and other relevant UNDRIP articles as they affect First Nations. B, the federal additions to reserve redesign process to ensure consistency with the UNDRIP minimum standards in Articles 26, 27, 28, and other relevant UNDRIP articles as they affect First Nations. C, a synchronization of the federal additions to reserve redesign process with the specific claims policy reform process. And 2, just want to make sure it's up on the screen, direct the Grand Council Chief to advocate for the reform of Ontario's prioritization of mining rights over First Nation treaty and Aboriginal rights concerning land claims. Ontario must be consistent with their policy statement in the Journey Together. Oh, that's a $50 fine right there. Remember the Youth Council used to run around doing that? I don't see that happening anymore. Sorry, that's not part of the resolution. And I lost my place in the resolution. Must be consistent with our policy statement in the Journey Together and work in partnership with Canada's and Indigenous specific claims reform efforts in regards to mining, or to correct their policy statement and to refrain from calling Indigenous people partners while ensuring UNDRIP implementation within the reform and processes. So that's the resolution before you. I'm going to ask the mover and seconder if they wish to speak to it. And there's Chief Machano. Go ahead.
I'll just say a few words, in particular about the issue with regards to mining claims and Ontario giving priority to mining claims over First Nations rights and First Nations claims. We have a land claim that's going on. We've been working on that for over 40 years. With Ontario's free entry mining claim process, somebody from China or Indonesia or anywhere around the world can stake a claim on a computer right in my backyard and they have rights, more rights on the land claim, on that, sorry, on that mining claim than I have in my traditional territory. But that's got to change. And Ontario's got to stop calling us partners because we're not partners. We're adversaries. And particularly when it comes to mining claims, you got to stop that. The issue in regards to the specific claims process, they've got to, in that reform process, got to broaden it to include the policy and not just the process. And it's same with the addition to reserve process. They need to pay more attention to UNDRIP and widen that scope of UNDRIP uh, so that we have free, prior, and informed consent on both the land, the specific claims process and the mining claims. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Mishano. Seconder, Chief Kwesiwa. Microphone, go ahead.
Chief Louis Kwesiwa, Pigmobert, and Zach Anishinaabe. With regards to this resolution, I just wanted to speak on what's happening in Anishinaabe right now. So when it comes to mining claims, there are 10,406 mining claims on Anishinaabe's traditional territory. And on our candidate lands, because we have an Aboriginal title claim going on, we have 823 mining claims on our selected candidate lands. So there's 823 mining claims, represents 28%. The community is surrounded by mining claims and has nowhere for the reserve to be. So we're completely surrounded. And as Chief Duncan alluded to, people in China, people in Japan, they have more rights on our traditional territories than our people who live right there. Our territory, our waters, our livelihood, our fish, our meat, our moose meat, sorry, our moose. But all of that can be impacted. Our Aboriginal title claims can be impacted. And I think it's wildly absurd that these companies at the other side of the world who have no clue on what's going on in our territories, and they have rights over us, the indigenous people who have been here on these lakes, on these lands for thousands of years. And I think we have to find a way forward to put a
capitalize ATR, task force, directly with First Nation participation.
Okay, so just stand by to make sure we got this right. I need to read it into the record here. So this is what we have. Can you see it? by the
I
way?
can see.
Okay.
I don't need glasses. My glasses are clear.
Okay, so
Can you see?
I can't see even with my glasses. So it's 1D for the record to create a list of specific and immediate reforms through an Anishinaabe Nation specific claims and ATR task force directly with First Nation participation. Okay, miigwech. Mover, Chief Machano, are you okay with that?
I already spoke to Chief Muskokum, and that's good.
It's good? Okay, seconder, you're okay, very good. Okay, there were two more issues. Number two will then be going back to some clarification on 1C. I think the question I heard was, are those two separate processes? And so I'm going to throw that out, Chief Machano.
They're two separate processes. That's part of the issue. They work on these things separately. There needs to be some type of synchronization with those specific claims processes and the ATR. And I agree with Chief Muskokum that the ATR process is broken. Perhaps this task force can look at new forms of tenure because the addition to reserve process, where's Chief Louis Quiswa? 1,500 acres, took them over 25 years to get that added to their community. Chief Mushcross, same thing. So we've got a land claim and we've got substantial amount of land coming back. And we wait for the ATR process. I'll be long dead by then, but it needs to be reformed. And I personally would like to see a new type of land tenure. Good.
Good, Chief Machano. Chief Muskokum, does that answer the question? Okay. The third point, I think I heard, and I'm going to paraphrase here different words. Chief Muskokum, I think what you're saying is we're dealing with several big issues in this resolution. Do we want to put them all into one resolution? I think is what I heard. That's a general question. So I'm looking to the mover and seconder. This is your resolution you brought forward. Understanding that, would you like to proceed?
Yeah, if a task force is created, they could deal with these things separately or together, depending on what the task force thinks is best.
Okay, we got the thumbs up. We'll continue discussion. Ugama in the back. Go ahead.
In this process that we're looking at, there's a piece of history that you gotta turn back to. And that's that Royal Proclamation that was issued in 1763. Inside that document, it's coming from our visitation to Britain by our chiefs in earlier years. And out of that came, in part, this document that came to be the Indian Protection Act. The Indian Protection Act was thrown out before Confederation. But in the Royal Proclamation, it talks about before the Crown comes into the territory, it first must make a treaty. So when they came to our territory in 1850, we only gave them permission to come in and use the land. We didn't give up anything else. So when you go back and take a look at the treaty in our case, it's quite clear that we didn't give up any governance issues to anyone. We maintained the right to govern ourselves, to determine our citizenship, to keep and protect our language. So all other items fall into what we consider to be inherent right issues. And Ontario is on the hook for those obligations and responsibilities, because that's how Confederation came into existence. It was because our delegations traveled to Britain to talk about the infringements that were occurring, and there was quite significant amounts of items that were on that list. That's what we're seeing now. Okay? But in the process of applying that law, and I made a statement some time back about a case where there was a fire that occurred within the community and children were lost. And the jurisdiction that was adjacent didn't respond. But the town and the fire department were found to be in negligence because they didn't come out and respond to an assistance when it was needed, where the home had burned to the ground. So in our cases, Ontario becomes liable for its negligence. And that's ultimately what we have to turn to when we start talking about where we get into ideas around band representative. Because the chief, when he goes to that court, he talks about the children as being his own personal children. These are my children, and I'm going to take care of them. And I have a place where I can take them to, where they're going to get that care and protection. Those are all obligations that the Crowns are having to uphold because of our earlier visits in flagging those concerns about the infringement of the white populations into our territories and abusing our peoples. So the law is there. It's a question more of becoming informed as to how to use it today to force those governments into the positions of making sure that the costs are going to be covered. And we covered those protections. We traveled to Ottawa just before Christmas, before the judgment was made, and our claim about past injustice of not paying compensation. So we made clear to Ontario and Canada, and I see one of the chiefs here wearing this belt, 1764 Covenant. Inside, just before 1764, before that Silver Covenant was made, we made treaty among ourselves to take care of one another. So our rights don't stop at what we call the reserve boundary. We extended our rights to go all the way to the saltwater coasts. And those are the rights that we put into place for our own care. And those rights today are being infringed. They don't teach you that. They don't talk about that. They don't want you to know that. But it's for us to enjoy. It's our home, the whole of Turtle Island. It's a question more of how do we manage the space that we are living on. And we have terms in our language which help us to do that. We talk about the Wenjike. That one talks about land spaces which are like ecological zones. And our hunting territories were based on those kinds of understandings of how the land was being managed by creation. We step in to be an overseer in helping that nature to do that work. But we benefit from it, and we see it in our language. We start talking about dodo, okay, in terms of the breastfeeding the child, or dodem, where we look at the land, again, being used to take care of our heart. There's so much inside that language that we're losing that we don't take into account when we prepare these kinds of resolutions. And we have to have this good reflection of history in terms of what our people did to ensure that we were going to be able to continue to provide for the good care of our people. So in that social contract that we see coming from our Birch Park scrolls, being kind to one another, which we talked about just recently about the election time, but the need to share, that's what we provided with to Canada and Ontario into their coming into existence. And the third point in there is care. The best care that you can provide to ensure that your child is going to be able to survive well. The well-being of our people as a whole. And the fourth part in there is the courage to pick that up, which is what we're doing here in terms of the work. But there's so much that we're having to go back to unravel so that we can do that work in a clear manner that we're searching for now. Oh, miigwech.
Miigwech, Ogama, for those very important comments and information to be used as we move forward. The floor is still open. Ogamakwe, I believe. You may have to lower the mic a little bit, but don't squeeze it too hard.
How's that? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. Bonjour. Kisawi kwe petition kazma kweni dodum ogama kwe mishpakatin and dinjba. I'd first of all like to say miigwech for all of our sacred items and the sacred drum and the beautiful songs that were sung, and miigwech to the movers and seconders of these really important resolutions, and for the parents bringing their children. I just wanted to support this resolution with the different changes, and certainly our elder and Ogama, who presented some of the historical aspects of what it is we need to learn and understand, because it's true. Canada and Ontario think that they have an open forum to do things in the way they want. They will agree with us if we agree to what they want. But if we knew and followed our historical teachings and the language from our ancestors, and did things in the way they did in the past to reclaim our rightful place as land stewards. So I absolutely support all of our people in the communities, the leadership around the Anishinaabe Nation territory and beyond to work towards resolution and finding our rightful place again. Miigwech.
Miigwech, thank you for those comments. And I don't see any more questions. Nobody approaching the microphone, so just look around one more time. So I'm going to call for question. The resolution is before you. All in favor, if you can raise your hand, please. All in favor? Miigwech, thank you. Any opposed? I see none. Any abstentions? I see none, so resolution is carried. Miigwech, thank you. Resolutions team, just two more resolutions, right? I want to clarify. Is it two more resolutions? Two more? Very good. So I'm going to turn them over to my colleague Kingston to deal with the two resolutions, and then we'll turn it back to Vera for the next items. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Alrighty, so the next resolution we're going to be looking at here is 2024-10, building capacity and remote technologies and expertise in the search for unmarked burials on reserve. I just want to do a quick check for attendance. Do we have Ogama Simpson in the room here? Yeah. And do we have Ogana Wawi? Alrighty, so the resolution reads, so to direct the Anishinaabe Nation to put significant efforts towards developing their internal capacity to provide support, analysis, and expertise in the areas of non-invasive search technologies, to determine the IT infrastructure requirements and options for consideration for digital storage and management within the time frame of 2024 to 2025, and to report back June 2025. Number two, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to seek capacity funds and resources from both federal and provincial governments that provide support and expertise in the areas of non-invasive search technologies, including digital, remote, and connected, including current and developing technologies and methodologies, resources, tools, equipment, etc. Yeah, one more little comment there. Is it? No, is it not in the package? Oh, okay. Well, if we're able... Ask it, please. Okay. Well, if you don't have the hard copies, I can read through the whole resolution from the beginning there, just so everyone has it. Okay. So from what's that? Okay. Yeah, they're just coming around now, I believe. Yeah. Miigwech. So from the top, let it be said, Anishinaabe First Nations are dynamic, a changing society that has become increasingly reliant on digital, remote, and connected technologies. Many First Nations are using and advancing various types of technologies to communicate, access information, and care for First Nations and the environment. Our identity, nationhood, and cultural survival are all interconnected with our relationships with the land. This deep connection is celebrated in oral histories, creation stories, ceremonies, and cultural practices. Number two, digital, remote, and connected technology weaves through every aspect of our lives. The application of digital, remote, and connected technologies can support various projects to support the Anishinaabe First Nations in A. Locate and manage unmarked graves associated with the Indian residential schools and at related institutions. B. Identify, locate, and manage cultural heritage burial and sacred sites that require preservation and protection. C. Identify and monitor land use and environmental changes, including conservation and environmental monitoring. D. Support resource management such as agriculture, mining, ecology, hydrology, and forestry, etc. E. Support emergency management planning, disaster response, and security. F. First Nation growth and land use. And lastly, G, to support other departments such as economic development and planning and health. Number 3 reads, First Nations are challenged with climate change, pandemics, and socio-economic issues, all being solved using technology. However, our holistic perspectives and deep-rooted knowledge held by the Anishinaabe First Nation citizens are being missed. This technology endeavor matters more now than ever, not just for First Nations in the decades to come. The use of these digital, remote, and connected tools and technologies will drive the global economy and see a range of opportunities in science and technology, providing an entry into the digital economy. Number 4, digital, remote, and connected technology and expertise can support and underpin many aspects of First Nations self-determination and nationhood. Opportunities are rising to close the digital and technology gap by collaborating with scientists, knowledge keepers, and others. Mobilizing the power of technology will preserve traditions and cultures that are at risk of being lost. It is stated in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, Act Article 12, that A. Indigenous peoples have the right to manifest, practice, develop, and teach their spiritual and religious traditions, customs, and ceremonies, the right to maintain, protect, and have access in privacy to their religious and cultural sites, the right
behind the back of this school, and they stood there. And I was wondering why they were filled with grief. It wasn't until I went to the next one when I was 10 years old, because they had them every 5 years. Now they're having them every year. And my grandfather then told me why he was sad. After I went to later study at Lakehead University, Indigenous Learning, and I was asked to do a project. And I did one on residential school. So I was lucky enough that my grandparents were still alive. And I was able to interview them about a subject that they never spoke about. It was about their time at residential school. And before that time, they actually told me about graves that were on the school grounds. And that was 20, 25 years ago, maybe even longer. And when the news of the unmarked graves at residential school came out, I was happy and both sad, knowing that my grandparents were right. And things I heard validate what they said. After spending some time in the sweat lodge last night, I knew I had to come and say what I had to say. I didn't know now then, but I knew now. To give me the strength to speak on matters like this. Technology like this is to help us to go forward so we can prove ourselves in a court of law. Amongst us here, we take our word is honored. Our oral stories are honored. But when we go to fight for treaty and annuities, our land claims, we need that proof. And that proof comes with this technology. And I just want to say, miigwech, thank you, everybody.
Miigwech Ogama Simpson and Proxy Wawie. So next I'd like to call for question, and I'd like to do vote. All in favor? Miigwech. Any oppositions? I see none. Any opposed? Or sorry, any abstentions? I see none. That resolution is carried. Miigwech. Oh, sorry, in the back there, yes. Ogama Manitowabi.
Rachel Mendobin Dishnik Kos, Gima Quen Dao Wiquem Kong, Andan Matque, Gimi Novono Swin, Maquado Dem. Nigeni Queni, Kotagos, Mondani, Knocknigeonan, Debachaga de Kenini, Dam Kotagos, Mondanishnab, when of Dekni, we Nishnabenikel, Mondani, subject mover, seconder. Status opposed, me no abstentions, me no knee. Let it be said, mono ka kidom, mono da kidom gat, me no shni. The final statement of Bigid Namokdash, in Winishnaabe Gimak, Mounjid de what? So I'm asking for a point of order. Oh, my name is Rachel Manitowabi, Chief of Wipemkong. I just want to have a reminder that when we talk about these resolutions and these laws, that we don't forget our Anishinaabe language, and that's something that I'm hoping that whomever is chairing from the floor can either speak to the words that are associated with these terms, and if the chair is not able to say the words, that someone who can with some fluency say the words on behalf of the assembly, because I always want to make sure that our words, the sacred words that the Creator gave us, are always placed first. So Debachiga Dek as subject, Jikidagam Gukwe, Minoshni, Mandaka, Mano da kido magat, so let it be said. Mino squatch ni bigid namokdash ginwe Anishinaabe gimak Maunjidawat. So if I'm asking if those words could also be said on the assembly, because those words are very important, very sacred. And we have to remember that in reclaiming not only our governance systems and revitalizing our languages in our own communities, we also have to do that on the assembly for Chimigwech for your consideration. For your consideration.
Miigwech for that very important reminder. I totally agree. All right. All right, so we're going to move on to the next resolution there. Resolution 2024-11. We'll get it up on the screen. Are there physical copies out there? Yeah, okay, perfect. So this resolution that Debache Gadeg, First Nation student supports for financial literacy assessment. Igan Denang. I just want to make sure that we have the attendance of the mover and seconder. So do we have Ross and Patsy? I see Patsy. See Ross over there, perfect, yep. They're in attendance already. Equinijing Egabana. Oh.
Honey.
Okay, so we'll move on to the motion there. Bigad Nenmong, Dash, Ginwe, Anishinaabe, Imag, Mawan Jiwad. Number 1, Basic. Directed the Anishinaabe Nation leadership to advocate for First Nation specific funding commitments from the federal and provincial governments to support changes in Ontario's education. And number 2, direct the Anishinaabe Nation Education Secretariat to work with the Chiefs and Technical Committee on Language and Learning, CTCLL, to support with the Ministry of Education on the rollout of financial literacy assessment and support required for First Nation learners. I just want to see if the mover or seconder has any comments or anything. Would you like to address the resolution? Yep.
Ani Miigwech for giving me the time to gig it. My name's Ross Armstrong. I'm the Deputy Chief of Chiging First Nation. We're very proud of Linda back home, and our Chief and Council back home congratulates you on your successful win here today. So Miigwech, Linda. To our children, they are important. This resolution speaks to the lack of the consultation and the lack of resources to our First Nations. To address this important and mandated provincial requirements for our financial literacy, our children already have barriers. We need to stop the imposed within the unrested moves within our provincial government. And also, I just wanted to add again to the beginning of my speech there, Linda. Yesterday, Linda spoke a little bit about, I was thinking about it last night as I was in my room. Linda talked a little bit about Gijbujige. If anybody knows what Gijbujige is, that's cutting wood. So Linda, I got the chance to work with Linda, not in an office setting, but I got to work with Linda in the bush setting, where Linda could outcut wood faster than I can. So I just wanted to make that clear to the people here that I had the opportunity to work with Linda, and she can really cut wood.
So miigwech for my time. Miigwech and congratulations on behalf of our chief and council back home. Congratulations, Linda. Miigwech to all of you, all the gamas that are here. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Russ. Chief Patsy.
Chief Corbier, AOKFN. I just want to say that grade 10 is a very hard course for our students. They're failing. The math already is hard. It's university math, even starting at grade 9. So this assessment that they want to do and our youth to be getting 70% is pretty difficult. So they'll never get their Ontario Secondary School diploma if they implement this, and there was no consultation with First Nations to do this, and they're making it more difficult. We pay the most tuition at the school, the high school in Manitoulin. I think it's 15,000 and compared to 12,000 that non-band members pay. And we get no services from them. And I know Linda is a rep from Rainbow District School Board. I've had to talk to her quite a bit with what's going on there. But we got no support. So we got kids with IPs, but they're not getting any supports. So this is another barrier. We're never going to get any children graduating from high school if we continue to let this go. So we need to strongly advocate for those youth who aren't here today to advocate for themselves.
Abojon de noi magnak. Abeka gishbian mampi wakidia. Mi de shwen tamesh bigade. Bojon de noi magnak. Wabagan kwendigo. Makwendo dan. Doganeng weekend kongi bin chabana aba. Nangok tigan si bing teta. Kishpin wegen me kashibi moat kundak enkit machik manda Anishinaabe mo en mampi Anishinaabe nation. Gragenda now chimsini gan gamin gwek page 4. Ni share report temrak. Kishpin wegen mek. Ni the shwiga. Nutske goshen dam sinat des one the baktama. Nungunid batan manda nish ni Manda enweng shik chipit hendagok. Up chigok chipit hendagot manda Anishinaabe man. Daigat out nito sinawe. It's very important that we don't lose our language. Up chignani gans sadam gishpin shrebagwe. It would be very terrible if that happens. Nungwa Anishinaabe nation yaok nish kweok and kit machik. Wim namachish kakenegego ali darne me on Anishinaabe when manager eawet. Shashingo put shop the shre eat. Minodish coordinator and not maget. Gnama nana gises na bachasha yatik Lori McLeod shabagishik. Me one dage and kit machik manda Anishinaabe when we namachish kamgat kinanguche Anishinaabe king at Ben Dagok Mampi Anishinaabe nation. Hab Shwigwa, Niked Baktan, Gajia Mampi Eshkebedwashna. I want to talk a little bit about how I felt when I first came in yesterday morning when we started. Mampini Gikchatwabin gang. We had a grand entry. Chitwabin game. Ustudni king kibin chabin game. Kinagunda keg na gim winchgazok. All the flags. Wanda tab. Mignat go tam gibin gat gazok. Abjashkun mami kwendam manda Anishinaabe win the king at temgat mampi. When that mignat go, Kadamski kine teget, Boganat, Kidwegoshe, Ekchetwine, the Ekchetwine monk. All these sacred items that, that mean a lot to us. Neither Schwiegel get, I only got 10 minutes, so I'm trying to rush. Neither Schwiegel. I don't know why they give me 10 minutes. I mean, you guys took a lot more minutes than that to pass one resolution, right? So come on, guys. There is one thing missing here. Anishinaabe mwet. I am chigo yun nundo si Anishinaabe mat. System. My dog at home understands. Kuching, we sit na, fish na gwim na kwen. My dog understands the language when I speak to him. Three of my dogs. Manda there's tamgat bata na hag no dese na Anishinaabe mo in mampiwi temgak. It's drastically missing. Even if you know 4 words like Ani, and don't say it together, Ani bonjour. It's Ani, take a breath, bonjour. And then you continue, and then you can say your Anishinaabe name, and then you can say Denoy Maganak, and some areas say Denoy Maganituk. Okay, whichever is your choice, you can say that. I was telling one lady, my friend over there, that I should put a course on for Anishinaabe Nation chiefs. Okay? Anishinaabe. I'm only creating more work for myself, but, I enjoy doing this. Now, Manda tam kawin monim. Manda kidwin yama. Wayna kit kendan edmingwe. Does anybody know what that means? Gima. Oh yeah. What? But not really. Okay, it comes from the word gib. Gib. Gib means to count. Count the persons or count something that's alive. Gima, one who has been counted. Kiwamda na deshil mampigi shwe bakwe. Gi anchi gima ni gi gima king mampi. Gi ao kundak eshknig chik. Gi bagin daso gani minik gimak eat mampi. Where's the rest of the chiefs? They're not in their oh, they're sitting behind the table. Okay, so Kiwamda na deshwisheba gigima king. Gigima king. Gima, one who has been counted. Gimak, those who have been counted. That's what happened here this morning. You were counted, okay? How many was in your favor? How many was in favor over here? And Barb is sitting over there, and no counts for me. I'm just kidding. Shaguna. Abjishkogi moshknende. Imoshkne de. Abjogi moshknende. Iwam chigamampi. Igimaking. My heart was full watching the way that we are now doing the elections, nominations and elections. I have job to do as either as Anishinaabe commissioner, but I probably would have been doing if I hadn't been appointed to this job, not a job, this position. So I wear a hat. I don't have one. But anyway, tem katta shrigo geni wanan kiamampi. We should know Mogwa Anishinabemchik to show those who speak the language. How to pass on their language. Because they don't know what to do. They don't know how to do it. They can speak it, but they don't know how to pass it on. Us speakers are counted upon to be responsible for passing on our language. So, a fluent speaker training program. We kwem kong gigwech mego kwisha we kinomo o the Anishinaabe mushkit. Those who are fluent speakers, mushkit, fully fluent, and that's what I told the fellow there that wanted to get me there to go and teach the speakers. They have to be fully fluent. They can't be just almost fluent, but I wanted them fully fluent. And I only took 15 per session. They got me for 4 cohorts. Megwa dan kitan benochiak sinates chigas. I am presently working on children. Somebody said children are important. Okay, and children absorb whatever they hear, right? They absorb, they learn whatever they hear. So today, this afternoon earlier, I think it was before lunchtime, I got word from a young man named Esbeke from Kedrenang. He told me last November, Barbara, I can help you produce animated videos for children, because that's always been in the back of my head. Because I work at the daycare in Garden River, and I play with the kids, and I act funny and silly and all that. You know, the kids love me. Anyway, so Esbeke said, I can help you do those videos. I said, okay. And he said, I won't charge you anything, but I feel I have to pay him. So I've applied for funds here and there. I got no word yet, but soon they will send me some money, I hope. So Esbeke from Kedrenang emailed me this morning. He says the first 3 out of the first 10 are complete. So I'm going to get your adrenaline flowing by showing you. Okay, let's see over here. Okay, there's me over there. That's a cartoon, Barbara Nolan. I have a website called barbaranolan.com, and if any of you have not gone there, shame on you. Can you bring my... It's stories. When I tell the story, I draw on a wall, I do this, whatever I do. Okay, to make you understand what I'm saying. And if you can follow along with the story, your language acquisition cup is getting filled up. Okay? You just have to hear. Okay, there's 4 things that need to be done to be speaking the language. First, there must be speakers that you have to hear, right? Because if there's no speakers, where in heaven's name are you going to hear something? So maybe we should start recording our fluent speakers that you have on the reserves, okay? Record them. Tell them to tell a story or tell a history about this or about that, whatever. But record them. We're not going to be around forever. I plan on to be as old as the gentleman that was here this morning. He's 93. So I plan to be around that long anyway. Anyway, so me the Israel bakwe. Abdig Anishinaabe matwiyat. There has to be speak.
The professor, the language professor, you got right into that.
No.
I'm going to invite now for the next
wabus,
presentation. I hope it's arrived in
warmth that
10
we get
minutes.
from the fur
Dr.
that our
Corbier
people
Laval.
made from Wabuan. Wabuan.
Jeanette.
So it's the warmth that comes
And
from.
Patrick.
Yeah.
So if something's called wabus, do you think it relates to that warmth that their character or their family? Or...
It probably originated through that way. Yeah.
Coming together.
We're going away. We'd all said there's no cause. On deck, I'm the conning, we did this thing don't jabba. I want to start off by just saying I'm not going to read the presentation that.
Gau nigin zin man de sin de tik bijeng misnig nong. Quid bajman tolim graita manda gibsin dan ma piejrebak wene. Gegung gin on dan. Wenje shigin.
That's a hard act to follow there with
Sure.
our barb.
Maba, tana snagat maba barber in the kit. Abjugul shin.
Again, just another example of our
Midishwe, ginwe is yaming scusi win maba kwe bajigit. Midish man again me kwen ma, nibna ge go mid vachagade, mum pikenation snabe wing basic. Maba basic Williams got bajmat. Nivda mo pia o gat tanga guitar object opening. Misha gat batam ga ganedma, mi man de shajan nim de shang sab won mo pi. Da Union Minakitok. Jinake nan mit the sabon gimigi tamanda. Little NHL. Abshushku ipshagen dagat. Nango this mo pibs in the market and get questionable. Me man the bank got patama. Nango on the shrebak. Nigan the king nabiang. Mompi, Patirona, the Geshknik, Gebesha, Ebedugusnajek. Mompi, no mago the Skinwek Ayajek. Sknik Jigayajek. You know, Quaok in Madabic share. Mompi, Kinagata, a guitar of Jekimak.
And I mentioned that because
Mandish the Batan.
in being around for
Zam
49 years, I've
Mompi,
seen a lot.
Nim the Shanks of Bondekea. Nivna Nom Dan. Israevak.
I can say without
Minoshko, Dakit,
that the Anishinaabe Nation has
Manda,
been the leading
the Shabek Nation,
across this country.
any ganzit,
And it was because they
Mopi,
were bold,
Msoe,
took on new
Canada.
initiatives and tried things.
Kishatona Nochke Gushka in, we know,
If you think back,
Ojen
Indian
Diswat.
control of Indian education
Kishun, Kwendamang Manda, Shabek Nation, Gashishike Manda.
started with our folks.
Et Kunewicik. Tribal Council, gave Nuchi, Gashignan Bindo, Namanda Joniana King. That Mata Nochke go, Inwe, Gamajikmang, Ashkemajikmang, Kinoye, Eshkemajikang, no, Mampina King, Mzoe King.
Even to the international level.
Yershugo,
We used to be,
Zoe Oshmego, Sudni King.
UNDRIP file back in the days when we got started. And we've gone to the United Nations.
Oshkego Gishame, United Nations, Geneva. Giod Batamang, where Oja Monaking, Memtegego Oja Monaking. Midishe Osha Sanjakatekwe.
So why I'm saying all this is that
Mishman in Jekinia.
over the years, I've listened to
Madam
the
Nick
strong
Sabon,
leaders come out of this
Ginon Dok
territory.
Mompi, any guns a jig, Meshkus Dijik.
And I've often said
Mompini
it,
King,
I'll say
Bijabajak,
it
Paneshkon the kid, Panegominan the Panegominanga kid.
speeches I ever heard in my life
Manda
were
Basic,
Sunshine Alley
Basic,
there, White
Gagi
River,
Gidat.
below Dreamers Rock, when Chief Bill Mayowaski from
Mabam Bilmiwaske, Gakitpa.
he wasn't using words like
Gaugi Kitsi,
poverty or
Linden the
self-determination
King,
or
Kidwin
whatever.
and
He
Lid
was
Binwe.
rebellion like it was about
Midishmanda
how we could get
Gakitat,
Indian affairs
Ginwen
off our
Angwa,
back
Kai
and
Abdik,
take control of our
Je
lives.
Megasat Maba, Indian affairs, Mompi Ginwen the King.
Those days nobody
Up to Squaw, Kai Gego, Kai Gi,
region in our
자, 위시가
territory
됐는 kid비는 왜 피?
So why I'm saying this is I'm
Nangos
really
man
gonna
enje
be up
kinya.
here to challenge you leaders
Nangwa.
and
Kamanin
beg
min
you
nim.
leaders, I guess, to
Kabukusen min nim
become real local
kinwa.
again.
Cha anje.
You know, we're going through, I guess, a critical period in
Chitaga
our history
buing.
right now.
Kailan ka man tan nangwa
You know,
ishiging.
we've got to get the shackles of colonialism off of our
Da.
backs.
Mabashaga na shiad zuin.
We've
Jaga na
got to get
shiwin.
this Indian Act off of our backs.
Jimbiga de kabukanang.
And I'll tell you,
Kabukanang na.
don't wait for the federal
Kaya
provincial government
gego
or
babi
else
to
to do
kego.
anything
Kuchika
for you.
manang.
You've got to do it
Gego
yourself.
jibisha chiget. Ginene man. Gin up de kwisha chige.
People are watching us. Our kids are watching
Don
us.
shamem nanik kanon beg nanik. Deb nujim nanik kanon beg nanik.
They're strong.
Mi wanda ishknigijik. Shkoen de mokonda. Apsi shkoen ngo znakat manda. Epichu pitenda ok manda. Manda mo piwina ko magyoge no kchike manang.
Justin Trudeau, don't ever think that he's going to be a friend to the
Ba.
Anishinaabe. You know, he's the guy that in the Harper
Mabashe o me
was opposed
ptut.
to the settlement of residential schools. He listens to Conrad
Well,
Black
basic.
that wants to do away with any special rights, or he listens to Tom Flanagan that talks about doing away with taxation matters. So we've got to really rise.
Mi shkomanda apse.
I said somewhere earlier here, we've got to rise up. We've got to rise
Wo
to
mi
the
gad
occasion
mang
here.
yetin.
And we're only going to do that. And I also
Mi
heard
shkwet
Richard
manda
talk
or
about this
chgeng.
morning.
Richard gen giron do manda batang lango.
Richard, about how we need to be
Mi manda abdik kena ma we ma we sing. Ka gwat we kiding we.
We've got to put it into action.
Abdik we no kita mang. We chgeng. We ma we no king. Manda we mi gadik.
As a commissioner on governance,
Nango is manda commissioner yawit.
mandated by the Anishinaabe
Mampi
Nation Grand Council
kashe bukasen me going.
unanimously to proceed.
Chinging manda.
The federal
O de
government
gen ok
has
chiga
been very
king.
good at doing what they usually do, is creating division.
Da na shek shkezuin. Kina ge go win ke sek. Kirshgo ka ge go pinda je yasi we jitauxi ha manda the king is shiging. Kina ge go nishin shiging. Nishin.
Doing anything to get out of
Ishin shko bo shiging manda. We sag je ga bu hing je in
So
dilek
whether you're
etek.
involved in
Ishin shko gid me go
Nagan
mambat
project,
mak legan.
self-government, or
Esto e gi no je min disek mage
process, if you're looking at the treaty
then the
process,
king
the Indian lands management
to queen
process,
with
or
the
the lands
king
claim process that has
mage
components
manda
of
we devin among the
governance in
apke
it, we all gotta
update
start
ko kinwe kina
using best
kui
practices of
baji
collaboration and
nakita
having
de
a
me
united front on issues.
we nakit
We
mang
have an
lindan
opportunity
kina gego
with this intergovernmental forum process to, as the Anishinaabe communities, to take high priority issues
lindan e just spend among
and advocate them.
now can give in another kina we min the mang
Is citizenship. Jeanette is going to come and talk about that here.
Okay,
We're
Amanda.
nothing without our citizens.
Jeanette ki da bit matan we
Go there with a checkerboard.
as mam da je we just trying
We have to have some basic principles that
update
we all
to
agree on.
yamin
And then, of
kinwe
course, there'll be some specific characteristics to your individual.
devin mangin in the mang just should be got the shames and again kinwe Asian shabe ying kina go len asap na being ni gan tenon je in the ming was ching
And all this stuff that is going on.
Nango the shmanda mampini ko shrebak mabam barben the kid
That is so crucial to this discussion.
apchigo manda kchupi ten dagot kinwe manda nango yaw ying
This traditional form of
manda
leadership
ke nagameng nango kena kena jam skus ying nango gashe ching ke no ke ave patino ge nango ge ave manda indian act ni king e nagamege chik
You don't have time within 2 years to do a hell of a lot, because by the time you have
ai ni je pon ga dagazin jde gi shtuin na kien mishna mi no nagamege
so you know, we got to begin to change how we do business.
update sure John Stoing Mondays ching
You know, I'm a strong proponent of we need to collaborate.
update sure Jimmy got mang manda
Some
kinwe
of these key issues.
then the memo chukche pitenda kin na kun ge welan mi manda the king or ni got mang manda ishven ne make manda kina ge go je
If we work together. because
Ishpin
these
wen
governments,
na ki
federally and
taling.
provincially,
O de
you know, they're
chike
not going to do
manang ni
anything
king. Kagi go wish
that
chike siok.
lets them give jurisdiction
Ushme begin
that's
nindo
ours
we
back to
noa.
us. You know, they're going to try to hang
The
on as
meaning
much
going
control as they have
manda.
been for over 150 years.
We know Ushme
So our message
chicken
today,
Jim
folks, is
Nigwing
that
Nango Manda mo
you know, we have to
king.
have
Mishkini
a
manda jim
more
ko tags
collaborative,
ya
unified
update
approach to our
jiyaming manda
promised best
Ushme
practices.
mamwin na
We
kiwin.
can't be working in silos.
Kai mamda jin
And
king
you know, let's
jike
put
bebejik.
the Anishinaabe Nation
Toda
back
lindan
on the
manda
map
shnabe
again,
mwin.
because I believe we
Ne
are
up
the strongest
satanic
nation,
wanda. Gin me memo jim
been
shkuzing.
around for a long time, and we can be even stronger going forward.
Ushme shkuz up shkuzime. Kena mamwe zing. Aha mi gwech.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm shorter than you, obviously. Ani, bonjour. Giwet nangeni nishnikas. Kreke and the mother, Mino, we come kong don chaba. Mino, nanamigo gi, anchinikas, manda en nakiam. En nigan wedot et the bendagsajik, Mino ego. Mira shwed nango eshu wikitong gurchasha wikidiawe. Mage Majmanda et the bendagsajik any gone without. The right to belong, like the head of it, eh? So and while I'm saying that word, I just like to recognize our chief, Keith, because Keith Knott, that word came from him about 10 years ago when we first started. So and you know, we've been talking about issues and programs and what's happening with government coming on us, you know, the theft of identity and all that. Well, that has been going on for a long time, and we are starting to deal with it. I was flipping back through some of the resolutions, and thank you, Pat. He asked me many years ago in 2009, I asked him, I said, Pat, when did we start this? When did you ask me to come to the Anishinaabe Nation to work on citizenship? And he said that was 2009. So that's 15 years, actually. And here we are. We still, I don't believe, have a product of all that work and those recommendations that we have been doing. I also saw in our background a resolution in same year, 2009. I think it was Chief from Wanapitei, Chief Rock, and Surrett, who said, let's implement this Citizenship Act, a one-parent rule. So it's out there. We have that information. It's all out there, and it's available. And I asked my friend here, my assistant, Laura, to put some information up on the screen on the one-parent rule, and also on the, what we call the second generation cutoff, simply because here we are, 2024, we're still dealing with that colonial I know they are consulting again because they have to under UNDRIP and the section on citizenship. I think, I forget the number of that. I didn't write it down. What's the number of that Indigenous advisory? What's the number? No. Anyways, it's that bill that's coming up. C-38, that's it. I forget. And so you will all be hearing from Indigenous Services Canada this summer, in the next little while, and they will be going to your communities. They'll be asking you your input. But what you're going to see is two-parent rule, and I believe there's a diagram. If you have 2 6 2s, the next generation, government isn't recognizing it. We could, because all we have to do is recognize one parent, and then you can trace that ancestry. So let us, as Pat said, let's act like practice our sovereign rights as a nation. We have governance, we have all that. So I'll just close and say that we're looking forward to working with all of you. It's so important. You've all heard the Chiefs of Ontario and their partnership with the Métis Federation Manitoba, because there's identity fraud out there. We deal with it in our communities, in our organizations. People show up and they say, yeah, I'm Indigenous. I can trace my ancestry back 10, 20, 30 generations back. Well, that's not good enough. You have to be able to have that direct descendancy, that direct connection, that lineage. That's what's important. And once you recognize that, other aspects will come in. And I guess I'll just close and say that, one other thing I was going to say, two things actually. The annual report of the Anishinaabe Nation, I mentioned this to Pat. I said, I looked at it. I said, we don't talk about citizenship or anything in that one because we haven't been doing anything for the last little while. So what can we do about that? So the next AGA, I hope we're going to have a big section on all the positive work that we've done. And I heard that financial report. How come we have surpluses and we didn't have enough money to do anything on citizenship? So on that note, I want to work with our leadership. I should have congratulated our leadership, Gimakwe, and deputy leader on getting that recognition, and that we're here, we will support, and looking forward to working with our leadership and with all you Gimak. I shouldn't say it that way, but with all the Gimak at the community level, the First Nations level. Amigos in the way.
Miigwech. Here, young people, youth council, 3 minutes. And then we're going to do that honoring.
Hello, everyone.
I
I come from Chiging First Nation.
First of all, I just want to say
Tamnidbatan.
I never thought in all of my years I would hear 37 of the 39 chiefs sing, what was that? Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star in the language. That was amazing. Almost put me to bed back there. But at this time, I'd like to
Kundanam,
ask the
Kanakam
youth
Chikmanda,
council to
Twinkle,
stand out at the
Twinkle,
front,
Little
please.
Star.
And then as well as I'd
Abchigo
like to
gi
call up
mami kwendagot.
Donna, my Nitais Donna, and Head Gets It. They have some words they need to share, and then I will continue on after there was tobacco that was offered here, so there's a process we need to follow in a good way.
Se marshal the gimindim abdikego.
Throughout the week, we were actually
Knock
trying to find a
nigewin.
little bit of
We
time
take.
to squeeze into the agenda. So I believe I found it, and this is a good time to lead into what's happening next.
I'm of the fish clan and the turtle clan. I come from Manitoulin Island. I was raised in Kaboni. I was given tobacco to speak a little bit here today.
I want to
Nangodush.
was offered tobacco to speak about our youth council.
Kodush bajmago eshkenikjik. Eshik chepi tendag so at mampina gomada naki and naking. Memdegego get this jik.
We might meet once a year or something, but I think we have
It's
to
a
start
go
doing
boy
these
question
meetings
that me.
regularly with our youth council,
Nangoshaptik
with
panenjene tek mandaj segwin. We question that what ninok minok kweok.
two-spirited council. They're so important that we continue or that we begin that work that brings the two councils
Imagine
together.
a kid,
And I also
Nikit
want
Ming,
to,
Manda.
I guess, many of you may not be aware
Patinam romampi na mai ken zegwe.
we've achieved with
Nino man pijaje eskkezang konda get eskkenigik. Aptishkojno magiok manda nigan ziwin.
on to become chiefs
Alan
in the
go
communities.
give auk eke maujik.
Andy Rickard, he was
Mo vejik
started on the
Andy,
youth
mon
council
pigit
years
me
ago,
machta.
and he became the chief in
Give
his
ege
community
mawashke
for
o de
successful
enjabat.
chief. He's gone on to other things now, but they have also become I guess stepped into senior positions at AFN,
Minosh
Chiefs of
Honda Alan.
Ontario. It's been incredible work, and it's the training, it's the achievements that they have here as the youth council that they go on to
Mande
really,
eben a
bigger and
kiat
better
man pi mi
things.
shushmenen an kiat.
Just this past weekend,
Nango manda
witnessed one of our
kiat
youth
mama
council
veshgishknigit.
in the position of grandfather in the rain dance lodge. You know, this is one of our youth.
Rain
You think of
dance.
when they say
The
grandfather,
king.
you think someone that's, many
Pish
years
kidding man than grandfather.
old
Then
or senior,
McQuain
but
manama baki ekoye ekezi with.
it was one of our own
Mish ma veshknigit
that
jega
assumed that
bayat.
grandfather position. So those are the words that I wanted to share
Just then
because
gini washum
I've
quota
seen the growth
Giam
and
dan kondeja machi what.
incredible
Just go mami
I guess
kwenda what.
victories that have come
Wanda
through
ejikshke
this
so
youth council.
Maba.
They've met with parliamentarians, they meet with ministers. They took on the person queen of water. That was such a major achievement. And it all came from the youth councils. They're the ones that went and met with the ministers. So my heart is full when I think of our youth council. So I want to share those words with you. Miigwech for listening.
Mi wat gives into yek.
So I'm gonna ask my Nitais Donna and Head Gets It to head over to our youth council members. This was a long time coming, these gifts. You know, the youth council, 4 or 5 months prior to this grand council, we asked, well, I asked creators, crafters amongst and throughout the Anishinaabe Nation for these gifts. These are one of 3 that we've asked for from Anishinaabe Nation. And I'm so proud and so very happy that I was able to pick up these gifts after rain dance this past Sunday. This also marks the first time that the Anishinaabe Nation Youth Council has been at full strength. Two representatives from each region. Unfortunately, Marcus from the Northern Superior region couldn't be here today, but I'm very glad and I'm very proud to see Mackenzie Crochane here. She's a very busy lady. Every time we try and get her to come to our meetings, oh, I have something scheduled. Oh, I have a meeting with my youth. I have a powwow to go to. I actually reached out to her January. Hey, book off time, June. And she's here. So I'm going to ask the youth council to open their gifts. And I'm also really proud to acknowledge an alumni that is actually here today. I'm going to ask Gamewin to stand up. Gamewin was part of the youth council a little while ago. And she's always been youth-driven, youth-led. From even being in community when it comes to her crafting. And every time I'm on the road and I see something, something will always remind me of Gumewin. I remember one time I was driving home and I saw a gawk. You know, unfortunately it was hit. And I know Gumewin does a lot of quill work, and she always has these like little youth groups come together and they learn quill work and quilling. And I take a little bit of pride in that because as well I know she knows my great-grandma Josette. You know, she was a quiller in my family. And so I was like, I know who to take this to. So I'm really thankful to all of the alumni that may be here, maybe not. I also want to acknowledge Quinn Misagwasage, who I was his successor. And so he as well taught me a lot of things, neat little tricks to use when I come to assemblies, and sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, but we're perfecting it. As well, this really leads into the next, and I'm very honored to be a part of the youth council, and the youth council volunteering me to be the bundle carrier and our bonnet carrier. So I really appreciate that, and I say chimiki gwech to all my colleagues. And I also want to quash a rumor that's been going around. I will be taking a leave of absence from the month of July to September. It is true. I enlisted in the Canadian Armed Forces. My unit is the 2nd Irish based out here at Sudbury. So I will be in my basic military qualifications or boot camp in Meaford, Ontario. So I really made a lot of time to come to this, as this is unfortunately my last AN assembly up until our fall assembly. So I leave it into the very capable hands of my colleagues, my friends, my brothers and sisters, the Anishinaabe Nation Youth Council.
Oh, I thought you were giving me some gifts. Miigwech to the Youth Council. Ogima Duke Pelche, he did leave information in the booklets for you to have, and he's not here to do his presentation. I didn't bump him. And Ogima McLeod, I'm going to bump him. He's on a Zoom call. And I'm going to ask Marcia to come and begin her presentation or direct the next presentation.
I believe on the agenda, we do have a presentation from Bamoknagan, and we've got the CEO, Leslie McGregor, who is here. There she is.
Ani Kinawea, I appreciate everybody still hanging around. I know people want to get on the road, so I'll make it short and sweet and hopefully fantastic. So Chief McLeod is on a Zoom call, so I'm filling in for him. Basically, what we've agreed to do with Anishinaabe Nation is to provide updates on Moknagan. And if, for those of you who don't know what Moknagan is, we're the central governing body that emerged from the Anishinaabe Nation Governance Agreement. So our role is to support the First Nations that signed on to the agreement in 4 separate areas. So the first one is elections, second is citizenship, third is culture and language, and then the fourth is election. So watching this process today was really helpful for me, and I'm very pleased and honored to be a part of that, even as an observer. So in terms of Moknagan, it is a new entity. It did basically start in October 2022. I came in January 2023, and so we've been steadily growing from there in terms of staffing the actual organization and doing all the really exciting work like policy development and so forth. So woohoo, that's been really fun. But more importantly, I think part of it is assisting First Nations when they want to join the Anishinaabe Nation Governance Agreement. We did amend the Anishinaabe Nation Governance Agreement Schedule C. Instead of having the ratification votes now, it's called the First Nations approval process that really looks at 4 major principles that and also includes free, prior, and informed consent. And we're still in that process right now of negotiating with Canada on how that actually unfolds in terms of the First Nations who've gone through their First Nations approval process. So it's brand new, and we're working out all the kinks with that. But what that does mean is for First Nations that want to join the First Nations governance agreement, that the process itself uses key terms like customary and traditional. So your community can decide how it actually wants to do that. So that was approved in December 2023. And as I said, now we're still moving through it. It is brand new for both Canada and us. So we're working out all those types of kinks. But in addition to that, the major responsibility of Moknagan is to support those First Nations under Anishinaabe Nation governance agreements. So we try and hold regular meetings with our governance directors, and the first challenge that they've taken on is on citizenship. So we're working on that as we move through the other pillars. On top of that, though, we are doing our strategic planning for Moknagan to really look at, where we see ourselves 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, in addition to engaging with lawyers to actually develop law templates that can be customized for each communities. So we're also in that process right now. Moknagan collaborates with the other self-governing entities, so we sit on the self-governance technical working group, and we work alongside KEB, Koganaswin, Health Transformation, and anything coming behind that. So it's all brand new work. We're really moving along steadily. We're planning on actually looking at doing research. So we're trying to set the baseline for communities about where they are now, and with the intervention being ANGA, and how that impacts or positively, I'm hoping, these communities. And the research shows, especially a report that came out of BC back in like 2005 about First Nations that have that are self-governing, and there's other indicators on there, but that's the key one for us. The First Nations that are self-governing have a lower and almost zero suicide rate. So part of our research is actually looking at those well-being indicators for the communities. And then on top of that, the partnerships, as I said, that we have with these other self-governing bodies in terms of data management and intellectual property rights and so forth. So we're moving along in all these different things, and it just keeps growing and growing and growing, and as well as the staff, and certainly look forward to one. If you are interested in it, even if you just want information on it, feel free to email me. And I guess I didn't give it's on the newsletter. I think there was newsletters that were provided out in the main area. You can get a hold of me, and we can start looking at how we can support your communities. And that's all for me now.
We're going to invite our auntie, our grandmother Donna, and get Richard to come and make a presentation.
Aha. Aprigon mi watchendam. Mino bangi gunde kus bangi. Menagi shigat. Aha, what I
I
was
give
asked to do
thanks.
is wigishendama. Mi gato. Nisnabe mi nisnabe jitto en mi wen gegu mi watched mat wigisnabe.
Is that what we saw with the youth? How they remembered when they looked after one another. They saw what they saw. And eventually, the Anishinaabe started to be together to show that path to follow. I gave thanks to the youth as to what you're doing. And that what you were given, don't forget that road that you have came from when you wear these beaded items. When you wear this kind of beaded item. So I was asked to do this other presentation with the chief as he finished his duty to give him a gift. It is very high honor to be given something.
What I just said
Such a
and I'd like to thank the youth what they did and what they gave, that gift. And someone sat there and started weaving nabaduge with their thread and needle. Spirit beads. And each time you make a stitch, it tells a story. Mikos, you start to make a mikos, a road. And once you finish it, then you see what it looks like, how beautiful it is. That journey that these youth are on. They will never forget it every time they look at that when they wear that. The Minitubanesuk will look after them wherever they go. And that's the same thing with Mikasabi, got wampum belts, whose beads that are on their shells. Same way, I'll look after us. Now I was asked to do this with our former Gima. They want to give them something. And what they want to give them is very sacred as well. And it comes from the tree people. The tree people are very important. For all of us across Turtle Island, we're sick. We don't know what to do. We don't know where to go at times. There's not a way. All we need to do is we need to go to the stone people. We need to go to those tree people. Sweat lodge, shake tent, rain dance, sun dance. We need to go to them. Even in the bush, go to those tiguk and speak to them. Give them something of your offering to ask for help or guidance or even healing. They'll give you what they give you. With this, Tikanagan and Ewumatik that I'm talking about. Mandashagabuyo, it stands like this in each tree you go to. Trunk, and here's the branches. It knows you're coming. And when you come close to it, it looks down at us. Aha, what are you asking of me? I come to you for help. I'm sick. I don't know what to do. Aha, come in. That's what they do. Different trees have different gifts they give us. The other one here is Wigwas. Wigwas, birch bark, one of the sacredest trees of all too. That tree was put there for a reason for Anishinaabe. Come in, they make it look after you. It'll give you its jacket when you want to keep warm. That bark that you want to use to build something even, or to make something. Come in, I'll give you that. You need magish kode, you want to make your kode. Come in, and as that tree starts to grow more, we was. Then it starts getting old. Just like us, it starts getting old. And then there's something that grows on that we was optic. They call that those mushrooms. I mean, so it starts to form. And they're gray. And that's what they call those. That form of mushroom is gray when it first starts. And it doesn't stop there. As it gets older, and one day that matik will die, give up its life for Anishinaabe. But it doesn't give up. It'll keep going. And when that wee wasatik falls to the ground, we give up his life. I'm not giving up. I'm still going to give Anishinaabe what they need. What does it give? Shkittag, what they call. That fungus on that birch bark is black. Jaga, I guess you call it, a jaganash. Wikabuchigan, they call that one that draws sickness. It'll draw bugs out of someone. Wikabuchigan. And it doesn't stop there. After it gives that, there's also something else it gives. When the wee wall starts to get rotten from the inside, that wood, you can see the bark still intact. It's nice and round if you walk in the woods. And it's about this long, a foot, maybe 2 foot. What's that for? What's that hollow birch bark for? Oh, that's where our loved ones go. The ones that are lost, that have gone on. And nothing was ever done for them. No ceremony, nothing. And all these other ones, these are the ones that took their own lives. Anishinabek. We was, that's the one that's, I'll look after you. Until one day when Anishinaabe rises to acknowledge you and send you home properly where you need to go. A place called home. And what is that home called where we'll all end up one day? Deskebesasing. That's what it's called. He gives up his life for us. Mampidashia. And there's another one there. And a gawk, a porcupine. It's all nicely designed. A gawk, even not the malget, come and help. That's its duty. They had two, that four-legged, has something very sacred. And that's that zoalak, that tail. Where they used to use that tail for the panakwege ceremony, they call it, I guess, in English. Panakwege, combing of the hair ceremony for grief. That's a grieving ceremony. They used to use porcupine tail. That's their gifts. Those gawyuk, very sacred, those ones, how we use them and to respect them. And he gave up his life too. So that Wigos, that porcupine went to the Wigos, not the Mahdot, to help someone by creating this this little gift that's in here. So we'll call up Maba, our former Gima Reg. Now, these gifts from the youth that gave, even this gift, it's not coming from anyone in here. Who's that from? It started from ceremony a while back, even this morning, all week. These gifts are actually coming from our ancestors. They're just coming through us to let us know what we need to do, what we need to give. All those gifts we receive, it's all from them. We mean it when she came back, I mean, given to you that too. The list goes on. That's actually from them, not from us, not from the nation, it's from the spirits. For the work you've done. Miigwech. Aha, Habish game over. There's another one. Nemebin, Habish Nemebin. Melvin. Nemebin. Okay, we mean who? I mean to it. There's also a gift from you from Niduk. All the work you've done. Kanagade, they make it look after you. And that one there too is a wee matik. But there's one of four-legged there. And there's what they call, we hear about medicine, man, women. Y'all see, they don't exist. They do, they use their gift to harvest them. But all I know is this, there's only one medicine man. Who is it? Makwa. Makwa, the bear. That's the one that harvests all the skik we need. That's the true medicine man, or woman, female. That's the one that helps us. And that's the one that's going to help Mal. That's that gift that he's receiving. It's from the birch bark. And that makwa made sure that he's going to put a mark in that bark. This is for Mal. Wow. That's it? Aha, Becca. Aha, Miss, we're done for the day, from what I understand. I know we're all good day because I mean we're tired, long day, but a good day. There's something you saw here that you witnessed with your very own eyes. It's an old Anishinaabe way of life, how they did things under get a new chief. Don't ever call that ceremony English. What you call that is an abi winikewin. An abi winikewin is how we lined up what we're doing. All this, how it's lined up. Everything, how it's lined up. To do this. That's our way of life. Even our teachings, don't call them teachings, that's our ways of life. That's just the way Anishinaabe lived. So Kinagay wasn't that take everything here. What we did, it's not ceremony, it's an abi winikewin, how we were given to do things. Miigwech shaak and nagamonenok. So tonight, I know tomorrow is different. We're going to start our sunrise ceremony tomorrow. And I would encourage Anishinaabe here. It's time to Anishinaabe start rising. Bring your gifts to the sunrise. Bring your bundle. Share your bundle. That's who you are. Let's sit there. and start off that beautiful day at Anishinaabe Yeshiva. Everything as it is here, just like last night. But I'll get the singers to sing a song for us to close it all up just for tonight. Aha.